Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakens Legendary Golden Blaze. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Renew. It all begins when Izuku is 4, the same night as the day that his hopes are broken by a doctor with a single word, Quirkless. That night, when he comes home it is in tears, with his mother holding him tight in arms as he cries until he falls asleep. But when the world of dreams finally overtakes him, Izuku finds himself waking up to a world of white. It is a devastatingly empty place. Still young, Izuku, despite having just literally cried himself to sleep in the waking world, breaks into tears again. For what else could he do? His mother is nowhere to be seen. In fact, there is nothing to be seen. On and on, wherever he looks, there is nothingness. Not even a ground to orient himself on, not even a horizon, just a crushing blankness of white where Izuku seemingly floats, existing all alone by himself until he meets that person for the first time. Maybe he had been moving without noticing it, which was understandable considering the lack of anything to orient himself with, but suddenly there is something in the distance. Something small, something that is moving, slowly getting bigger as though it was approaching Izuku. Or is it that Izuku was the one approaching them? No matter. The important thing to Izuku then is that it was something and that it wasn't white. Instead, it is something black, progressively getting bigger until finally, Izuku starts to recognize that this black thing is not just an object. It is a person. A tall adult wearing a fedora and with curly sideburns, in fact. Fedora-san, Izuku immediately decides, even in tears. And I thought I heard crying coming from here, and what do I find? A crybaby. Izuku doesn't feel better at being called that. At all. So he cries some more. After all, what else can he do? He is still in a white featureless void, with his only company being a stranger wearing an admittedly cool hat but with only an insult for Izuku. Just as Izuku is starting to think things can't get any worse, a hand suddenly places itself on Izuku's head. Stop crying. You're reminding me of a hopeless student of mine. Look, if the problem here is that you have nothing to orient yourself with, I'll make you something. Izuku turns to look up, just in time to see a bright yellow flame suddenly forming in the man's hand, just over Izuku's forehead. For a moment, Izuku is scared. Was Fedora-san trying to burn away his hair? One part of him yells, even as the other part goes, fire quirk, just like Dad. But he realizes that no, the fire wasn't burning him. Even as it starts to travel down Izuku's hair to his shoulders, straight down to his legs and feet, Izuku doesn't feel pain. Just a warm, soothing heat that soon disappears as the flames reach his feet, and once it is there, Izuku suddenly has something to stand on. A bright yellow floor, perfectly circular and surrounding both Izuku and Fedora-san, a single island of color in a sea of white. There, you finally stopped crying. Now, care to tell me how you got here? This is not a place where brats like you should be. Reborn, Fedora-san introduces himself to Izuku, as Izuku explains that he has no idea either on how he got to this infinite white void. Izuku, in turn, also introduces himself by his name to Reborn-san, call me that, and just like that Izuku gets to know this strange man he has just found in an equally strange white world. Reborn-san is, in a word, caustic. In a way, Izuku is reminded of Kaken as he talks to the man, the conversation going about just as well as it could with only Izuku keeping up the conversation and with the large age difference between them, but for some reason Izuku gets the idea that despite the acerbic replies and scathing tones the man uses at him, it could be a lot worse. Like for some reason, Reborn-san is treating Izuku a lot nicer than he normally would. Maybe, Reborn-san also was feeling lonely, Izuku thinks, and with Izuku being the only other person around, Reborn-san was just putting up with him. Izuku knows that this reason is precisely why he was talking with the man in the first place. Even with the golden ground that he is now standing on, this white void of a world is still terrifying enough that all Izuku could try to get his mind off of it is to talk with this stranger that he has found in the middle of it. Still, Izuku, despite his age, also knows enough to not actually ask this of Reborn-san. So when Izuku finally starts to wake up and everything is going dark, Izuku doesn't get to ask the man about it. When he opens his eyes in his bed, with tear tracks on his cheeks and his mother still holding him in his arms, for the rest of the morning Izuku wonders if it was all really just a dream. This pondering is put on hold though, the moment he arrives in his school. After all, by then the news of his quirklessness have followed him, and as he is surrounded by jeering classmates and Kaken, Izuku begins to miss the white void. Izuku returns to the dreaming world the following night, and this time, he immediately finds himself on the island of yellow flames Reborn-san had made for him. Upon seeing the man, Izuku immediately jumps towards him in tears. "Kid, you're crying again. Why have you come back into this world, and why the hell are you crying into my suit? Let me go, you're going to ruin my clothes." Izuku pulls away, wiping away snot from his face. Reborn-sen makes a noise of disgust. Today, school was the worst. Kaken and the others today found out that I was quirkless. For a moment, Izuku regrets admitting to that, worrying that the older man would treat him the same as others at the fact that Izuku lacked a quirk, but then the older man only responds with, "Quirkless? What's that?" Reborn-san is immediately besieged with stares from Izuku, his misery forgotten at being faced with someone that didn't know what quirks were. Quirks? Quirks are superpowers nearly everyone has. Like your quirk. The man only shakes his head despite Izuku's disbelief. What I do is not a quirk, kid. And as far as I know, not nearly everyone has superpowers. If things have changed that much since I came here, then the world outside this place must be very different indeed. For a moment, Izuku is shocked. At this point, he has seen Reborn-san use what Izuku previously thought to be his quirk several times, mostly to make the occasional flame object to distract Izuku whenever he got too chatty. Izuku's favorite is the chameleon-shaped one, as it appeared the most often, but for that to not be a quirk? That was. For a moment, Izuku tastes hope. Reborn-san, can you dash? No, kid, I know what you are already going to ask. Reborn-san shoots him down, not even bothering to let Izuku finish his question. I'm not going to teach you how to handle flames. I've had enough students for 2 lifetimes and I'm not going to add you to that list. Despite the pain of being shot down so quickly, Izuku can recognize. Sorrow? Was that sorrow in Reborn-san's voice? But normally, the older man was calm and collected, with the occasional sarcastic remark and smug tone every now and then. This is the second time Izuku is in this world and has met this man, but he already is sure that sorrow is not something normal for the normally cool person he knows. And for this to be brought about by Izuku's request of being taught. At 4 years old, Izuku already has the emotional quotient of a person more than thrice his age. So, understanding that the subject brings the other person pain, Izuku doesn't dare ask Reborn-san about it anymore. Reborn-san seems to understand what Izuku's has come to, so for once, he makes an attempt to proceed with the conversation. Izuku thinks that this is something like an olive branch for him, something that the older man is doing in thanks for knowing not to pry. So, quirks. Kid, what do you know about them? A few months pass just like that. Izuku remains quirkless, and slowly the teasing that he receives from his classmates become more severe, the taunts carrying more and more malice. Izuku only manages to visit the sleeping world every now and then, but with both Reborn-san and Mom supporting him in their own ways, with his mom being more overt about it of course, Reborn-san's kind of support was to order Izuku around about getting over himself, advice interspersed with derogatory comments, Izuku manages, but then comes the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because you're useless, and you need to be reminded of your place in the world. That same night, Izuku is once again crying in Reborn-san's island, and this time, the man doesn't even try to resist as Izuku wails in his arms. Reborn-san, today Kaken T told me that I was useless. Useless Deku, He said. The other K-kids, they all teased me, calling me N names and telling me that Kaken was right, that I would never amount to anything dash. Arms wrap themselves around Izuku. For a moment, Izuku hears Reborn-san mutter, "God damn it, I must be getting soft," before Reborn-san is holding him tight, with yellow fire wrapping around the both of them. As it is always with Reborn Sans flames, Izuku doesn't feel pain, only warmth at being surrounded by them, and soon his tears are liked away by the golden flames as Reborn places a hand below Izuku's chin. Reborn-san makes him lift his head and meet him in the eyes. Izuku. Izuku blinks away tears, because this is the first time Reborn-san has actually called him by name as opposed to kid or brat or something along that vein. Why yeah. I'm going to teach you how to unlock your flames. I've had enough of hearing you repeat the same sob story over and over again, and you're not even the only person I've heard it from. Get ready because you asked for this. Izuku only has a moment to comprehend that before suddenly everything is on fire. Congrats, Brett. You have sun flames just like I do. As sun flames? Flames have multiple types. You share a type like mine. Strange, I would have normally thought that you would have sky. But that would be too much of a coincidence, wouldn't it? For all of the students I take on to have sky flames. Tell me more, please. How do I use this? What do they do? Types. Does this mean they have different effects? See, can I use this in the real world? I don't know if you can use flames outside of this place. And yes, I'm going to tell you the rest about flames in time. This is not my first time in being a teacher, and this time I don't have anything else to distract me from teaching you everything you need to know. If I can't use flames outside this world, then why? You asked for it, didn't you? And as I said, I am merely unsure whether you could use it out of this world or not. Wouldn't it be better to know how to use this than to never use it at all? Any other questions? Reborn-san, why did you finally decide to teach me? That because you really frustrate me so by reminding me so much of my students. Nothing more, nothing less. Now get to work. Months, then years pass. Izuku learns more about flames from Reborn, don't call me sensei, and drop that demon honorific, your formality is starting to grate on me. But in the end, at the age of 14 he never manages to use his flames outside of their dream world. He can easily use it in his dreams, yes, but in real life? Not so much. A strange sense of disconnect forms between the realms of sleeping and waking for Izuku. In his dreams, he has Reborn teaching him about flames, teaching him stances and how to fight despite Izuku never developing muscle tone from said training. And in the waking world he is still bullied and mistreated for something he never had. There is a time that Izuku worries about his experiences with Reborn being just that, dreams, figments of his imagination, and with how Reborn doesn't even seem to age as Izuku grows up, it becomes all the more likely, but Reborn easily picks those worries out of his head and gives him something to do when he is awake. When Izuku asks his mom to order him suspension bands to train with at the age of 9, his mom immediately checks if Izuku is feeling alright and if such training tools really would benefit Izuku. As soon as his mom returns from a training instructor, confirming Reborn's advice of doing stretches and suspension training, Izuku knows that Reborn is real and not just someone he had made up in his head ever since he was 4. So at the age of 9, Midoriya Izuku starts training himself. In the meantime, as he does so in real life, he makes an effort to protect himself from Bakugo Katsuki. While there will always be a part of Izuku that wants to be friends with Kaken, Reborn's advice on learning how to pick his battles tells Izuku that as he is right now, becoming friends with the other boy is impossible. So despite feeling extremely lonely and becoming more and more introverted day by day, Izuku learns on how to avoid Kaken and his wrath as much as he could. At moments, Izuku finds himself staring at the other boy's direction, yearning to be accepted and to have a quirk just like his, but the rest of the time Izuku is either hiding from Kaken or being caught and bullied by the other boy. Thus, the disconnect. With Reborn's teachings, building up confidence comes slowly but surely in the dreaming world, especially with how Izuku learns to call up his flames and use them to turn the featureless void just a little bit brighter, just a little bit yellower and less empty than it had been before Izuku met Reborn. Outside the dream world, that confidence and the flames leave him back into little useless Deku once again, despite Reborn's lessons. At most, Izuku only learns how to keep to himself, to train and to keep up a facade well enough in front of his mom to not make her worry. Izuku also picks up the habit of analyzing quirks, and soon enough Izuku has made around a dozen notebooks filled with quirk analyses, though nobody else other than him managed to see them as Izuku refuses to let them see the light of day. At this point he has learned enough about subtlety, thank you very much. After the first time Kaken blew up at the sight of Izuku writing in one of his notebooks, Izuku learned to not let anyone see them lest they start asking him what they were for. Because if Izuku was asked that and had to answer that it was to make up for his lack of quirk. No, he had enough. Better to hide it than to be taunted for it. So, that is how Midoriya Izuku, age 14, leaves school for home one afternoon near the end of his last year in middle school. He has just managed to avoid Bakuga's attention, dodging out of class just in time before the teacher could call Izuku out for signing up for Yui, and is about to leave a tunnel when he is attacked by a villain. It is, in a word, terrifying. Mud wraps itself around Izuku, a villain whispering threats in his ears, and Izuku is choking, just choking and wanting to use his flames, but they aren't coming out. And then quite suddenly, it changes as Izuku meets All Might for the first time. Kid, I never thought to ask, but why did you ask me to teach you how to use flames? Because I'm pretty sure that you're not the kind of kid to want power for the sake of having it. Reborn, I'm not a kid anymore. Humor me. Alright, but don't laugh, alright? I'm not going to promise anything. I guess that's all I can get. Look, I want to be a hero, alright? Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be like All Might, like the symbol of peace. Hey, I thought I asked you not to laugh. Just because it sounds really stupid of me, this is serious. No, I'm not laughing at you. Not directly, at least. I'm just amused by the irony. What do you mean by that, Reborn? Nothing. Now get back to calling up those flames of yours. I'm still not satisfied with the control you have showed me. Stop changing the subject, and that's pretty much everything we can do here anyway. You can't tell me that you can't explain why you found me so amusing just now when I know we have all the time we need. Sure I can. I just did. And it's not that I can't explain it to you, only that I won't. Now, get back to work, Dek. What is it now, kid? You never call me that. That really, did I just call you that just now? I must be really wasting away here if I make mistakes like that. Reborn, why don't you call me Deku like everyone else does? In fact, only Mom calls me by name at this point, with you calling me kid or something like that all the time. Get to work, Izuku. Alright, got it, don't talk about it. You don't have to say any more. Funny, from all these questions I thought you would never stop talking. Izuku is just recovering from his encounter with All Might and the following disaster of a talk with the symbol of peace when he grips his fists and slams them on a nearby lamppost. Beneath the blow, he hears his fingers creak and feels blood drip from his knuckles, but Izuku ignores the pain. After all, it doesn't compare with the soul-searing hurt that is the result of meeting with his number one hero. It isn't that he doesn't understand where the hero was going when he told Izuku what he thought. After all, it isn't the first time he has faced those words, and even Reborn had commented a few times that without being capable of using flames in the real world, Izuku's dream of becoming a hero is a foolish goal. But there is knowing that, and knowing that even All Might thinks that Izuku should change the course of his life. There is hearing those words from the other teenagers, from Kaken, from his mom and even Reborn, and there is hearing those words from the person who probably knew most about being a hero above all else. So was there any wonder that Izuku could feel nothing but heartbreak in this moment? And it isn't as though Izuku hadn't tried to fight back, when Muddy was overtaking him. Izuku had indeed been struggling with all of his might, trying to make use of the physical training he had under Reborn's advice and his mom's help, but what could mundane blows and hits do to something liquid? He also had tried pulling on his flames, as always, but it still felt trapped within him. Untapped. For a moment, Izuku thought that he could actually pull it up for once, while Muddy was choking him, but even that was a failure, and were it not for All Might rescuing him, he wouldn't be alive. So that left Izuku with nothing. Nothing but being Deku. He is still wallowing in his grief when he finds himself watching a commotion in the middle of town. Old habits making him climb up something to get a better view. Izuku is shocked when he sees Muddy once again free and covering none other than Kaken. Despite All Might's advice ringing in his ears, despite Reborn's teachings of picking his battles, despite Kaken's mistreatment of him over the years and the fact that this is a very poorly thought-out thing to do, before Izuku knows it he is already running, making use of his legs to jump into the fray to try and rescue his childhood friend. Let Kaken go. Izuku manages to kick at Muddy's eyes, causing them to shriek out in pain, but soon enough Izuku's actions are showing their stupidity as Muddy wraps himself around Izuku, the ongoing watchers and nearby heroes gasping as an idiotic teenager jumped into the fight with nary a plan nor a quirk. So this is how I'm going to die, huh? I'm so sorry, Mom, Reborn, even All Might. I failed you. Something grabs at Izuku's leg, and this doesn't have the liquid consistency as the rest of what is capturing Izuku. Izuku turns, just in time to see Kaken looking at him with irate eyes, the anger clear but not without showing just a hint of desperation that, like him, the other teenager is afraid. And suddenly Izuku is reminded of exactly why he did this. Why, despite it all, Izuku jumped into this despite there being no hope and Izuku having nothing that he could bring despite his usual Deku self. Why do you want to be a hero? Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Because I want to be like All Might. How is it that Izuku has forgotten what brought him into this path in the first place? What made him want to become a hero? I want to save and protect people, to bring about peace and to be their hope. And he can't become that if he dies now. Just like that, something snaps, and as though in defiance with how reality has decreed things to be, Izuku suddenly bursts out into flames. Lit up in bright yellow, sun flames of the highest purity spill out from every bit and surface of Izuku, having been waiting and saved up all of these years for the chance to finally show the world of what is within him. I won't be able to rest in peace until I become a hero. Something screams. Izuku doesn't know if it's him, Kaken, or Muddy who is making that screeching noise that fills his ears. When Izuku wakes up, it is to a familiar world, and this time it feels a little too final. Unlike when Izuku first arrived in this world, nothing anymore is lit up in white. Instead, it is a place filled with yellows, the colors somehow not painful in the eyes and instead warm and soothing as though a mother's embrace. And the first hint that something is wrong is that Reborn is starting to fade away. Reborn? Reborn. What's happening? Despite the way the man is fading, his arms already gone up to his elbows and his body non-existent below his knees, Reborn doesn't look terrified. Not that Izuku expected of it from the man. To Izuku, Reborn has always been calm, collected, and unwavering. A pillar of strength that always existed in a place where Izuku and only Izuku could meet him. So this is finally happening, huh? Reborn's eyes turn up to meet him. I thought so. Izuku is afraid. Is this because I used my flames for the first time outside this world? Is that the cost of using my flames? Am I the one at fault for this? Before Izuku knows it, a small fireball of sun flames smacks him in the face. Stop thinking like that, not everything is about you. It just so happens that it is happening now instead of earlier or later. Reborn scolds, and despite the situation, Izuku feels a little chastised. But then Reborn actually smiles at Izuku. So you have finally used your flames, huh? Did you just have a life-threatening situation outside this world? Sure looks like it. Izuku catches on quick at the implications of Reborn's accurate rhetorical questions. So, it was necessary for me to be exposed to life-threatening circumstances to use my flames? Then why didn't you tell me? You mean to ask me exactly why I didn't tell a reckless kid to not try and court danger? And I thought you were smarter than that, kid. Reborn snarks back, despite the way he is only left with his torso at this point. I knew you were going to have one, sooner or later. You're the kind of brat to not be able to keep your sizable nose out of things. Izuku sniffs said nose, tears already forming in his eyes. Reborn. Please. Why is this happening? Why now, of all times? Reborn closes his eyes. Izuku. As with all of the times Reborn actually calls him by his name, Izuku straightens. Why yeah. I have never told you of who I used to be before this. So listen up and remember my words very clearly. Because this will be the only time you would be hearing them from me. And so, Reborn starts telling Izuku of his past. Of how he was a hitman, the world's greatest hitman, in a world entirely different from Izuku's own. Of how he was part of a family called the Vangala, also the greatest of them all, and how he taught 2 students, the 2 of them growing up to be mafia bosses. He speaks of one Dino Kayavaron and one Sawada Tsunayoshi, of how they used to be called weaklings like Izuku before Reborn entered their lives and trained them into becoming people of respect, of how he had actually loved them like sons, of how they died before Reborn in a war between Famiglia and how Reborn soon followed in their footsteps. To say that Izuku is shocked about this information is an understatement. Despite having moments of curiosity for the older man's past, Izuku had always known to never ask because it would always bring about painful memories for his teacher. At this point, the fact that Reborn actually used to be a criminal didn't even matter. Because the thought of living like that, to actually outlive one's most important people, and knowing Reborn, because Izuku knows the apparent hitman more than said hitman thinks, and to blame oneself for bringing them into the world of mafia and thus their deaths, is not something that Izuku wants to wish on anyone, much less the person who taught him and supported him for all of this years. So when you told me, I reminded you of them. Reborn actually manages to look wry. Let me tell you, kid, if Dame Tsuna and Pipsqueak Dino ever met you, you three would get on like a house on fire, and I mean that literally, considering your flames. They'll probably even adopt you as a brother. Both of them do have the habit of doing that with random kids. Deku. Reborn looks confused at Izuku's response. What was that, kid? Izuku has tears in his eyes. You call your students by their nicknames, right? Call me Deku then, please. Reborn closes his eyes again, and for a moment, Izuku thinks that he is too late when Reborn meets his gaze and calls him Deku. Is that right? Do you really want me to call you that, Izuku? Izuku nods, tearing up. Why yeah. Odd kid. Reborn says, but the hitman has a smile on his face. So this is how it feels like to finally move on. Izuku's thoughts were right. Reborn really was moving on. And with how the rate Reborn was disappearing immediately started to get faster the moment Izuku got to call him Deku, Izuku has an idea why, which only makes him break further into tears. Reborn. Don't make me say goodbye, Deku, because you better demon believe it that I'll be watching over you even in the afterlife. I'll even get those two idiots to do it with me, though at this point I don't doubt that they are already watching over the two of us now. So don't you dare make me say goodbye. Izuku shakes his head, making the best smile he can despite the circumstances. Right, I won't, Reborn. Watch over me, alright? I'll definitely meet you again. And don't you dare make me meet you again soon, you brat. Reborn says affectionately, and these are the last words as the rest of his body glows and disappears all at once. Because after no less than 10 years of having to put up with you, you really should give me at least 80 years of peace to make up for it. When Reborn finally disappears, leaving nothing but motes of light in his place, that is when Izuku finally breaks out into loud sobbing. D-minute, Reborn. 80? That's a long shot and you know it. The yellow dreaming world is once again empty of all inhabitants except one breaking into tears, and this time the child has grown into an adult the other person could be proud of. Toshinori doesn't know what to feel about this. When Toshinori saw the kid that he talked to earlier that day jump into the middle of the other hero's confrontation of Muddy, he had been impressed. When young Midoriya Izuku burst out into golden flames despite supposedly being quirkless, he had been shocked. And when those flames lit up in a pillar of a firestorm that would make even Endeavor bow and weep in envy, Toshinori had been in awe. Was this really the boy he had talked to earlier about having no quirk and how it meant he couldn't become a hero? Because this wasn't quirkless, definitely wasn't it, not with its power and how it caused a sudden blazing wind to pick up and start blowing things away around the kid. Did this mean that young Midoriya had lied? Most likely not, considering the look that had been on the kid's face when he asked Toshinori about being quirkless. Especially not, once he hears several people yelling and confirming the boy's quirklessness prior to this. So that meant that this boy had indeed jumped into the situation not expecting to be able to use anything other than his own fists, and had managed to somehow unlock his quirk for the first time in the process. And with such a first debut, it was already pretty clear that this was no quirk to underestimate. He's going to burn both the other kid and Muddy into a crisp. Backdraft yells beside Toshinori, and Toshinori grunts as he considers that possibility. Indeed, at this point, from the looks of it, Midoriya could be more danger to others than the villain he was trying to save young Bakugo from. Everyone, aim your fire hoses. I'll assist. As one, The local firefighter team aims their fire hoses at the golden maelstrom of heat and flame, but to the shock of watchers, as soon as the streams of water touch the yellow flames they start evaporating, leading to a giant steam bath. Immediately, the firemen turn off their hoses, not willing to steam cook everyone in the vicinity, and as though taking revenge for the attempt to put it out, the pillar of flames suddenly expands, seeming all the more powerful and golden for their efforts. A wave of flame actually makes it towards the crowd Toshinori is in, and before Toshinori can even transform to try and do something, the wave arrives, only to do nothing but leave them comfortably warm. One of the women beside Toshinori gasps, taking away her arms from over her face from how she had reacted at the incoming flames. I don't feel hurt. In fact, I actually feel a bit better. Toshinori doesn't have the time to further study that as something wails out of the firestorm, rolling in the ground and trying to put off the flames on them. Toshinori manages to catch a glimpse of the other heroes just in time to see them separate a badly burned Muddy from young Bakugo, the teenager not looking harmed in any way. I can't believe it, but could it be? A flame quirk of this power, this ferocity, burning only inanimate objects and people the user considers a threat? Forget making Endeavor envious, this would outright make him want to adopt this boy as his. But despite it finally seeming over with young Bakugo rescued, the firestorm continues, leading Toshinori to realize that young Midoriya still doesn't have control over his newfound quirk. While the worry of the boy causing too much harm was gone now, that still left the possibility of young Midoriya literally burning himself inside out. Toshinori had to find a way to snap the boy out of it, if only Aizawa was around. No matter. If that is the case, the answer is simple. Toshinori takes a step away from the crowd and closer to the center of the flames. Behind him, he hears the firemen and other heroes say something, probably to take him away and prevent him from doing the same thing as young Midoriya did, but Toshinori has to do this. He would have normally done this as All Might, but he already spent up his time earlier. And really, this is only his responsibility. Maybe, if he had treated young Midoriya differently, maybe if he had actually supported him instead forcing the boy to have to do this just to activate his quirk, it would be different. But the fact was that the boy who offered help first beyond all the heroes, beyond Toshinori himself, needed help and only Toshinori could offer it now. Toshinori enters the flames, and like he expects, it doesn't burn him. It doesn't even hurt, though there is a strange itching around the site of the wounds One for All had made. He approaches the center of the flames, and the boy is there, crying in a ball as he held his arms around his legs. Despite having saved young Bakugo and defeated Muddy, it is as though the boy has lost something very dear and for a moment Toshinori doesn't know what to do. That is, until he remembers something from a time far gone, from his own teacher. Toshinori, don't you know how to cheer up crying kids? It's easy. With a soft smile on his face at the memory, Toshinori pats young Midoriya Izuku by the shoulder. This takes him several tries, but finally it seems to take out the boy out of his tears and causes him to raise his head, just in time to face Toshinori's smile. Young Midoriya, you will now be all right. Why? The boy catches his breath and, because here. As though a bubble has popped, suddenly the flames disappear around the two of them. Midoriya Izuku meets him in the eyes, looking shocked and happy for a moment before falling into a dead faint, and Toshinori manages to catch him just in time for the boy to not have a painful meeting with the pavement. All around the two of them, Toshinori could see everyone watching the two of them. At the sight of Midoriya Izuku looking safe and sound in Toshinori's arms, despite the emaciated form of Toshinori's body and face, they react. Woohoo! It is amazing how something so normal to him as All Might feels so new in his current form. And when Toshinori drops young Midoriya Izuku over to Recovery Girl for a checkup later that day, only to find out the sudden recovery of a good portion of the damage all over his body, Toshinori can only turn at the unconscious form of the boy he has brought to UA's medical wing in awe. As for young Midoriya Izuku though, he may have lost a teacher and a father figure in one day, but in that same afternoon he finds himself another one, no less amazing than the person who helped him move onwards to his dreams before. Phoenix. UA is a school made in mind with the thought of raising the next generation of heroes. Thus, every year the school has to handle thousands of applicants, and from these thousands, UA takes nothing but the best of the best, the cream of the crop, until they only have a little above 300 students. And even from those 300 students, not all get to be heroes. Much get placed into the support and management departments, and most of the rest sent to general education. Only a select few, a measly 40 students out of thousands, get to go directly to the heroic department, where they would be shaped and taught to be the heroes of the next generation. Each of these students, without a doubt, have their own stories. Every single one who apply for UA have their reasons to apply, may it be for money, fame, familial duty, or even for the good of all. But despite this fact, UA treats them all as equals. Even the few who get in through recommendations only have the advantage of skipping the starting line. But never has this happened. That the school would go out of their way to admit a single student, to hold a meeting of teachers not even 2 months into the current school year, even if it could be considered understandable due to the circumstances. Let me have the honor of beginning this meeting. Nedzu starts with his paws tapping on the conference table. First, a roll call. Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa, or less commonly known as Eraserhead, nods, looking to be in the need of sleep as usual. Everyone's here, Principal Nedzu. Kayama, Ishiyama, Hizashi, and of course Recovery Girl. The would-be teachers and critical staff of the incoming year's 1A. And as for our famous guest, the man nods at the corner of the room, where Toshinori is standing while in the role of his heroic alter ego. Oh my, I would say it is an honor to meet you, but needless to say I've had enough experience working with you on the field. And you've made it very clear that you're not impressed with me. Toshinori can only laugh, holding back on the urge to scratch the back of his head. Instead, he pumps out a fist in his chest, displaying nothing other than the famous friendly ego of the symbol of peace. Nevertheless, I am honored to be here. That is good to hear. The principal comments, before turning back to the rest of the meeting room. Now, as all of you probably know by now, this is about the admission of a certain young boy into our school. Tell me, has anyone here haven't heard of a certain Midoriya Izuku? Has anyone not? Hizashi laughs at the outright impossibility. How could possibly anyone have missed that boy reaching international news? A supposedly quirkless child, activating his absurdly powerful quirk for the first time in public, revealing himself to be a diamond in the rough? That is the makings of a heroic origin right there. That question from the principal was rhetorical and you know it. Kayama shoots back from opposite the loud teacher and radio personality before placing a hand on the side of her face with a sigh. Still, the poor boy. For it to have become this talked about, no doubt he must be facing scrutiny from all sides by people who have no respect for his privacy. I know how that feels. Groups of all inclinations and sides have taken Midoriya Izuku's tale in various ways. Ishiyama observes, much to the nods of the rest of the room. Quirkless activists have made him their forefront in their efforts to eliminate segregation, citing that if one quirkless boy could become so important there could be more quirkless people of similar ability waiting in the shadows, while those of the opposite member have actually made him also their subject of powerful quirks needing the proper support and care to blossom. And that's just the civilians. Principal Nedzu adds his 2 cents. In the meantime, within the heroic community, select individuals like Endeavor are already making themselves heard about wanting to take the teenager in as a sidekick, and I don't doubt that the same thing is happening with those of our enemies. Midoriya Izuku is now the figurative golden egg of the decade, a previously unknown individual that everyone now wants for themselves. And now, Midoriya Shounen has revealed his wish of joining UA. Everyone turns to Toshinori, who made that announcement. Toshinori doesn't mind the attention, especially when he was the one who brought this issue to them in the first place. All might, I must ask. Aizawa is the first one to speak from the silence that had been the result of Toshinori's words. How is it that you know this boy personally, that you were the one to bring in his high school aspirations sheet before us? Before Toshinori can even reply, Recovery Girl answers, it's because he is the boy's current protector. The reaction to that from the rest of the room except Nedzu is probably not as bad as what could have been had it been anyone else. Aizawa only nods once at this information, probably having just confirmed his suspicions, while Ishiyama and Kayama start to look a little relieved, having been worrying for the boy's well-being, and who better to ensure that than the one and only symbol of peace? Only Hisashi actually does voice out his disbelief. Wait, so not only does this boy have that absurdly powerful quirk of his, he also has none other than All Might himself protecting him? Talk about lucky. Part of Toshinori wants to admit then and there his shameful initial meeting with the boy. How he had missed Midoriya Izuku's potential and almost convinced the child out of becoming a hero entirely. At this point, he had apologized to Midoriya Shounen, of course, but despite being forgiven, Toshinori's guilt has not abated, not even by a bit. But to admit to that now is both something a symbol of peace cannot do and an affront to his protege's privacy. And he has done enough mistakes with handling Midoriya Izuku. Thus, despite the guilt, Toshinori only smiles, his real emotions hidden beneath the facade that is All Might. The good luck is none other than mine, for Midoriya Shounen is an earnest boy and a determined student besides. He has all the makings of a great hero, to the point that sometimes I even worry that he is too dedicated to becoming one. Not that there is any issue with being a little too enthusiastic, of course. We'll be the ones judging that once we actually become his teachers. Aizawa responds dryly in face of all of Toshinori's commendations. It is good to know that the boy is certain in his wish to become a hero, but our issue here lies with the fact of who he is now to the rest of the world as opposed to who he is as a person. The subject returned to Midoriya Izuku's admission to the school. Nedzu speaks again. Indeed, correct you are, Aizawa-sensei. I am only overjoyed to get this chance to admit such a child of high potential for our school, but with such potential comes with its own dangers, a potential to invite trouble much like a feast laid out in front of a pack of hungry wolves. Villains will be coming in droves to test our security to get him, you mean? Kayama asks, and Nedzu can only nod from his corner of the room, confirming her worries. I do understand the potential of that happening, but surely it's not that bad? All Might is the one who has the answer to that, Nedzu responds, turning to Toshinori. With all of Toshinori's efforts in helping Midoriya Shounen and keeping him and Inko off out of the public view, it was no wonder that the other heroes weren't aware what happened. 3 times. 3 times I have already needed to intervene in abduction attempts, 2 for Midoriya Izuku and 1 for his mother. At his words, the other teachers straighten their seats at once. It's as though the temperature has dropped by a few degrees, and Ishiyama is nothing but grave as he inquires, "You're here right now. I take it that you've left them under the protection of someone suitable? They are with Grand Torino." Toshinori knows no one more adept on keeping things in the down low, except for possibly Aizawa, and despite his age the old man was still a terrifying combatant besides. There's no one more that I would trust with their protection. Ishiyama nods and Nedzu takes the chance to get the attention of the room again. Now, as you can see, this is no trifling affair. Thrice the symbol of peace had needed to step in, and I don't doubt that there'll be more following. Even other wunderkinds of this generation like Endeavor's son and that daughter of the Yayarosa line who had famously declared her wish to become a hero haven't had kidnapping attempts, yet a child under the protection of nothing less than the strongest hero had multiple. We must consider this as a declaration of war, especially with the information All Might manage to glean from the third would-be kidnapper. Aizawa turns to Toshinori, to which he elucidates, it had been a minor villain, one with a quirk capable of compressing objects and people into marbles. When we managed to take him in, Tsukachi-kun had just managed to get the hints of some kind of villainous organization backing him when a dark smoky portal formed within the cell, taking him away directly from our grasps. I take it that had been the act of said villain organization. It isn't a question, but Toshinori nods back at Aizawa anyway. The Erasure hero then turns to their principal. Combine this with the other equally susceptible targets for abduction this coming year, like the other 2 students you mentioned earlier, it only does seem right for us to hunker down and improve our security, principal. It's not that we shouldn't trust our defensive capabilities, but rather we shouldn't merely risk it. Nedzu smiles, and I already have some ideas on how to counter a teleportation quirk. That's good to hear and all, but may I ask something? From All Might this time. Hisashi is actually somber as he speaks, though with a lighter tilt in his tone than what there would have been earlier. Tashinori faces the man, waiting for the question. All Might, I know I have repeatedly made my views on the boy's quirk clear, but what exactly is his quirk? Much of the news on it have run into just speculation at this point, and I know that there would only be a grain of truth in all of that madness. Tashinori, as a response, only turns to Recovery Girl. You know this more than me, Chio. I suppose that does leave the job of explaining Midoriya Izuku's quirk to me. Recovery Girl nods, and once the other teachers in the room have turned to her, she intertwines her fingers over her cane. The look of interest on their faces is clear. All Might brought the boy to me early on to their acquaintanceship to check if Midoriya's new quirk had any negative effects on the child that would need careful supervision. And so, I had the chance to be the first one to study the boy's new quirk, to which I devised the name for. Quirk, Phoenix Flames. The resulting silence is palpable. The choice of nomenclature for quirks have been and always been about trying to summarize the overall individuality of a person in a few words, so the choice of a legendary creature to be part of a quirk. One could perhaps call it audacious, maybe even ostentatious. But Recovery Girl was never the kind of person to exaggerate, and thus it could only be true. P. Phoenix. Tashinori had never heard Present Mike whisper once in his life, but this moment is a close one. Recovery Girl. Does that mean that the boy could revive Dash? Of course I'm not saying that. For one, how could I test something like that? I chose the name for another reason. Recovery Girl interrupts, and the other teachers actually heave a sigh of relief. A quirk that could deal with the powers of life and death. There were strong quirks, and there were the absurd. It has been said that the flames of phoenixes can choose what they burn, and there are other parallels besides. For one, is anyone here unaware of the second-year student Nijire Hato? Tashinori has to blush when he is the only one who raises his hand. Understandable, considering you're not part of the staff and are busy with active hero work, Recovery Girl comments, turning to him. Well, Nijire Hato is an up-and-coming second-year student with the quirk wave motion. It allows her to convert her life force into shock waves of pure energy, which she uses in combat. I hope you understand the similarities she has with your protege. Eyes going wide, Tashinori has to nod, and seeing this Hisashi speaks up again. You mean that Midoriya Izuku's quirk also uses his own life force to make flames? That does sound like it would make stronger fire than other quirks, as well as explain why it only burns those he chooses to burn. If only it were that simple. The nurse shakes her head, causing the teachers to lean in once more in interest. You see, Nijire Hato's quirk is an interesting comparison, as while it uses up her life force, it only converts it into pure mechanical energy, like the shockwaves All Might here uses all of the time. As for Midoriya Izuku, I termed his quirk as it is because when it is activated, it uses up his life force to only release them in the form of yellow fire. Kiyama tilts her head. But I don't see the problem. At her statement, Aizawa makes a despairing groan, causing her to glare at him in search of an explanation. What Recovery Girl meant here is that while all Midoriya Izuku's quirk seems to do is to make flames, much like Endeavor, the truth of the matter is that it's nothing but a mere false impression. It looks like fire, but it isn't fire. It's pure life energy in the form of flames. Hisashi summarizes and Aizawa nods. Present Mike turns to Recovery Girl. That has to mean something beyond creating heat and burning things, doesn't it? Because I don't doubt it can burn just as well as any other kind of flame, considering what was left of the boy's quirk debut. Recovery Girl only gives All Might a look, and with a sigh, Tashinori tries to make a decision. To trust, or to not trust. In this room, only Nedzu and Recovery Girl knew of the truth of Tashinori's past injury, of his previously emaciated state, and the habit of keeping it secret remains. But things have changed, are different. Keeping it secret is no longer as important as it had been before, plus all of the others are certified heroes Tashinori could trust besides. The answer is surprisingly easy. Do all of you remember the battle I had with a certain villain 5 years ago? Explaining everything feels practiced. Which is not surprising because in a sense, it is. Tashinori has had practice in explaining his physical condition with Midoriya Izuku, followed by a similar explanation for the boy's mother later that day when Toshinori took them both under his protection. Both of the Midoriyas had nothing but understanding for Toshinori's injury, and as soon as the boy's quirk came to light, things changed for Toshinori, and only for the better. The mother and son would be able to comprehend just how much Toshinori appreciated their help. He knows. The fact that he can make this explanation as All Might with no issues is just one of the things Toshinori has to thank the two for. Much of my respiratory system got damaged and I lost my entire stomach. When I first met Midoriya Izuku, I was stuck with only 3 hours a day as a fight-capable hero, with deterioration of my overall fighting capability besides. It was after I spent these 3 hours that I became witness to the first public exhibition of Midoriya Izuku's quirk. Horror fills the faces of most of the teachers in the room. Even Aizawa, normally the calm-headed one, looks a little uneasy at his words for a moment before catching something in something Toshinori said. Only 3 hours? He repeats, and Toshinori has to smile at the sharpness the other hero is displaying. But that would mean... Aizawa shakes his head, actually looking a little impressed. No wonder the boy warrants the personal protection of so many people. His quirk, if one is aware of its entire capabilities, is a force multiplier for an organization equal to several of us in this room combined. What did you just figure out, Aizawa? Kayama asks, looking like she hadn't understood what just happened as well as still a little uneasy at Toshinori's admission. Healing. That's what makes Midoriya Izuku's quirk so complicated in today's world. He is capable of healing others with his phoenix flames. Jaws drop, and soon the teachers turn to Recovery Girl in shock, especially once she nods in confirmation. And how else could they react? In this world filled with quirks, out of so many ways people to destroy, harm, and protect people, the most influential of quirks had and would always be about being capable of healing others. Because combat-capable quirks, while not absolutely common, are many and easily overlap with one another in terms of categories. A hardening quirk, for example, would pop up at least 4 times in the population of a small city, and while there are other offensive quirks that are absolutely rare like Midnight's own Somnambulance, which is perfect for crowd control, nearly all of these combat-capable quirks could be substituted with the right weaponry, people, and preparation. But quirks that were capable of healing others? They were different. Even with the recent breakthroughs of human technology and medical care, with the advent of quirks, the technology just couldn't keep up with the suddenly rising numbers of people who get injured every year due to quirk confrontations. And nobody understands this fact more than both heroes and villains. After all, when one considers the life expectancy of their chosen paths, it only becomes inevitable that at some point one, whether they may be a villain or a hero, would personally know at least one person who doesn't make it out a confrontation alive. Even the ability to heal minor injuries could end up saving people's lives on the field. Hence the ongoing battle on healing quirks between both sides. Most famously, the heroes had Recovery Girl, but there were others, few and far in between. The heroes had the advantage of having the most healing quirks. After all, the tendency with quirks was that those who could heal were the ones who actually wanted to help people, but in turn they also had the disadvantage of these people being overworked, their morals as heroes doing nothing less than to heal and save as much lives as they could. And while it was indeed the only right thing to do, even the accolades that came with helping people with a healing quirk came with a cost. Fame always meant that nearly all healing-capable heroes were known figures and often targeted by the worst villains. And combine that with the heavy stress and workload of these healers, all the Heroic Association could do was to heavily protect and watch over their own healers, even as these healers were held accountable by the public by their jobs. Compare to that to the side of the villains that, while lacking of the order and cooperation that heroes had underground healers and doctors, entire villainous organizations centered on healing that could easily be bought with enough money and had enough subtlety to prevent the heroes from weeding them out for helping their enemies. Indeed, the silent battle of healing quirks behind the scenes was even between both sides, and thus every single player counted. Every person with a healing quirk were to be carefully put under watch, hoping that they would side with the heroes and not with their enemies. A person with a quirk capable of direct combat and healing like Midoriya Izuku's Phoenix Flames, though? This is different. This is extraordinary. This changes everything. Ishiyama whispers, and nobody can deny the truth in his words. The closest quirk we know of with such capabilities lies on the side of our enemies. Indeed, what little we know of the 8 precepts tell us that most of their success lies on what is rumored to be one of their members' quirks, an ability to heal and fight in the same time. Principal Nedzu turns interestedly at the blocky teacher. Ishiyama-sensei, I didn't know you were so well informed on such matters. I only heard of it from one of my co-workers, back when I was called in for the takedown of their previous boss, as one of the 8 had a quirk similar to mine. Ishiyama wards off the praise easily. We didn't manage to capture the entire group though, as well as the member with the rumored quirk, so we expect they'll be popping up again soon enough. Still, he turns to Recovery Girl. Is everything told about the boy's quirk in regards with his potential combat ability really true? Because if it is, we have really gained a new powerful advantage in our hands. Recovery Girl smiles back, looking proud. That and more. Not only is his quirk capable of fighting like any other powerful fire quirk, with testing we have concluded that careful use of his flames can tremendously increase the physical capabilities of people, especially himself. Midoriya-kun has also shown a surprisingly high level of control for his quirk, even when you take into consideration his flame's ability to only selectively burn objects. The last I saw of the boy practicing, he was making animal shapes with his quirk, a particular favorite of the other kids that had been watching him being a chameleon. He also had several of his own ideas of testing his flames on other living things like plants, and there seemed to be interesting paths that way as well. Hizashi whistles loudly at that. Well, that's definitely a kid there who won the superpower lottery, especially when you consider the fact that he only gained it at the ripe age of 14. Aizawa has a different look on his face. There must be a catch though. Even powerful quirks have problems of some kind, and considering we're speaking of a quirk that deals with the user's life force here, there has to be some issues. The nurse actually sighs at that. Yes, you are correct there, Aizawa-sensei. Soon, we also figured out after the boy exhausted himself testing with his quirk that using it weighs heavily on his stamina, both mental and physical, and deeper testing revealed that overuse could possibly lead to him falling into a short coma and possibly sickness as his body fails to fend for itself from opportunistic pathogens in his exhaustion. Hizashi winces. Sheesh, that does sound harsh. Usage of his flames aren't exactly without cost on those affected either. Recovery Girl continues, ignoring the loud man. Like mine, it taxes the physical requirements of healing injuries on his patients, and overuse could possibly lead to cell death for those affected. But otherwise, with careful use and a source of nutrients on hand for those affected, there are no major issues for Midoriya-kun's quirk other than for his own recklessness. I had to forcibly pull him out of the hospital. We were quietly testing his quirk in several times now. Good grief, not another idiot without survival instincts. Toshinori has to sheepishly chuckle at Aizawa's words, obviously directed for him considering the glare aimed his way by the teacher. I'm not that bad, am I? You're the symbol of peace who, after losing his stomach, instead of doing the rational thing and retired, decided to forge on and continue to be an absurdly self-sacrificing hero when nobody in the right mind would blame you for finally throwing in the towel and leaving things to the next generation. Considering how Endeavor reacted when Toshinori visited him with Midoriya Shounen on tow, what did that say about the number 2 hero then? At least his protege seemed to have gotten along like a house on fire with young Todoroki, pardon the pun. Wait, 3 hours? 3 hours. I finally got it. Kayama yells, and the rest of the room turn to her just as she snaps her finger. Realizing that the other people in the room caught her with her hand placed on her chin like the thinker, she swings her hands below the table before turning to Toshinori. Midoriya Izuku healed you, didn't he? You must be, if you were so terribly injured, no wonder you know the boy personally. You may even have been his first patient. Even Hizashi gives her a dull stare. Yeah, we all got that earlier. You only realize that now. Never mind that. It is truly an odd to see someone in such provocative wear blushing like a schoolgirl in her embarrassment, but Toshinori manages to focus on Kayama properly just in time to receive her question. So, if you're better now, wouldn't that mean that you can be combat capable for much longer? That you've regained what you have lost before? Tashinori has to smile at that, and this time even in the form of All Might it comes to him softly and without the forcedness of his big smiles. Yeah. After Midoriya Shounen's help, I can now stay as a hero for 7 hours a day, and smashes previously lost to me are now within my grasp. Chio even tells me that I'm finally picking up on weight properly. Master, I can still stay a little longer as the symbol of peace. I don't have to retire yet, even if I do have a good successor of One for All by my side. Just a few more years, just a few more years. Then I can finally let go of the mantle and pass it on to Midoriya Shounen like you had with me. That is, if he doesn't push himself too far again. Recovery girl, now. Don't be like that. Oh, don't get me started with you, Principal Nedzu. If it weren't for your insistence on supporting All Might here in his harebrained dedication into making things more difficult for himself, then his physical state wouldn't have gotten as bad as it had been when Midoriya-kun had to heal him. Imagine all that work on the poor child. Tashinori snaps back into the conversation just in time to see Yue's nurse scold none other than the school's very own principal, and the oddness of the situation has him turning to Aizawa in hopes for an explanation. Too bad the teacher had already taken out his sleeping bag and was napping in his seat like a yellow and particularly chubby caterpillar. Want me to snap them out of it? Hisashi asks, and Tashinori could only nod. All right. Tashinori's eyes go wide as the radio personality starts to fiddle with something in his speakers, and he slams his hands over his ears just in time to protect his eardrums from the loud noise that then fills the room. Several minutes later, Hisashi is mummified by an irate Aizawa with the hero's scarf, and both Recovery Girl and Principal Nedzu are back in their seats, calm as though nothing had happened save for the slight shaking that exposed the ringing in their ears. Having just watched it all happen, Tashinori chuckles from his corner of the room while Kayama and Ishiyama exchange bets below the table. So, what did we conclude from this meeting? That Hisashi should have his mouth stuffed up with cotton, or at the very least, should be muzzled until further notice. Aizawa deadpants, causing Kayama to giggle. But for all seriousness, the first thing is that a need to improve our school's security has arisen. Nedzu nods, turning to Kayama, and we should probably prepare ourselves for a problematic batch next year? She states, or rather, asks considering the lilting tone she ends her answer with. I know kids, and I'm pretty sure that there would be some major rivalries considering the batch we'll be getting. Ishiyama makes an agreeable noise, and satisfied with the result of the conference, Nedzu declares, if that's the case, then this meeting is concluded. The teachers soon file out of the room, leaving behind Tashinori with the principal and Recovery Girl. Hisashi manages to free himself just in time to pass his personal number for Tashinori to give to his protege though, just in case he wants my help with my radio channel. And soon, one phone number richer, Tashinori turns to the only two people in all of UA aware of the secrets of One for All. He deflates back into his actual form, and with a smile, he again observes how his arms don't look so much like sticks in his clothes anymore. Indeed, while his entire body was still swimming in his oversized t-shirt, it wasn't as bad as it had been just a few months ago. You really look better this way, Tashinori-kun. Tashinori lowers his head, meeting the eyes of the principal. Ever since you've met the boy, you've looked better. And by that I don't just mean better looking. The principal's eyes gleam brightly as he says this, causing Tashinori to rub the back of his head embarrassedly at the praise. I also mean that you look happier nowadays. I'm glad that Midoriya-kun came into your life if this is the fruit of that meeting. Sometimes, I don't feel like I deserve this though, Tashinori sighs, easily sitting on the conference table using his height, with Nedzu on his left and Recovery Girl on his right. After all, with what I told the boy when we first met. Oh, not this again, Recovery Girl mutters to herself before tapping her cane on Tashinori's head. Yagi Tashinori, All Might, how many times do I have to remind you that Midoriya-kun has already forgiven you for that? The boy is just not the kind of person to hold a grudge, something you really should be aware of by now considering his treatment of that boy he rescued and their history. Stop being so guilty all the time. Does this happen that often? Nedzu pipes up on Tashinori's other side, Much to Tashinori's embarrassment when Recovery Girl nods with as much resignation she can deliver in a single movement opposite the principal. Tashinori-kun. At the combined looks he is receiving, Tashinori raises his hands in defeat, standing up and walking away. Alright, I'll stop being so crestfallen. Stop giving me those looks, Principal Nezuchio. Chio sounds absurdly satisfied as she hums, good to hear. If that's the case, what do you think, Tashinori-kun? The principal inquires, and Tashinori already knows what he is talking about. Would you finally take on that teaching position I've asked you to take before now that you know your future co-workers? Tashinori, for a moment, just thinks about that. How everything is leading up to this, how he has found his successor but with said successor needing more protection than pretty much anybody else in his age. How Aizawa and the rest had reacted so well to Tashinori's previous health problems, even if Tashinori hadn't dared to reveal his actual form other than All Might. With his better health, he can finally go on longer trips outside of Matsu. No longer will Tashinori need to be tied down in one city when the rest of the country needs his help. No longer will All Might be reduced to preventing petty crime on the streets when he could return to coordinating with the police to take down large cases, like perhaps even this up-and-coming villainous organization. But to do so would mean missing Midoriya Izuku's growth, the same way Shimura Nana had missed Tashinori's. To do so would mean to cause the boy the same pain Tashinori had faced, not capable of properly connecting with his mentor growing up. With that thought in mind, in the end, the choice is easy. Yes, I'm going to take it. I'm going to be a teacher here in you. The way Nezu smiles makes Tashinori know that he has made the right choice. Midoriya Inko is frantic. When the day began, she never thought that events would quickly lead up to this situation. Katsuki-kun had been delivered to Mitsuki-chan's arms by the police some time ago, less than an hour ever since she had heard what happened to her son, but despite the youngest Bakugu returning home and recuperating from his encounter, her son still wasn't by her side. Despite all of the questions she had for the police officers, nobody had anything definitive to say about her son. Only, we promise you'll see him soon, and, he's alright, he's in good hands at the moment. When all Inko wanted was to finally see her son again. Why weren't they letting her meet her son? Her poor boy, jumping into a villain attack to save his friend, only for this to happen. The news stations are ringing about her Izuku. Inko had the horrible experience of turning on her television after cleaning the house, expecting to see her favorite soap opera only to see her son's face on the TV screen, with the news announcer going wild over the apparent unearthing of her son's quirk. Her Izuku, finally having a quirk. Inko would have been overjoyed at the news, if it only hadn't been like this. After all, while she knew her son had always wanted to not be quirkless anymore, and it was a flame quirk at that, oh how Izuku took after his father, she was also sure that her son didn't want his entire life paraded all over the country like it was some God-sent underdog story. Where did they even get all of that information? Didn't they have any sense of ethics to not invade her son's privacy? Midoriya Inko has always considered herself a respectable woman, and earlier when Katsuki-kun was returned home and brought a swarm of reporters with him, it was only that consideration that kept her from using her own quirk to smack the rude reporter that had tried to interview her with the camera her companion was carrying. Inko is wringing her hands when finally, one of the police officers approach her of their own volition. Behind the man, his co-workers move to hold back the line of reporters in front of her and Izuku's apartment, and Inko can only feel relief once she hears a dog-headed police officer bark warnings at the reporters regarding privacy laws and harassment suits. Ma'am, I believe you've asked for the location of your son? I'm here to lead you to him. Tears leave her eyes of their own volition. Oh thank God, where is he? How is my Izuku? Nobody is telling me about my son. That is why I am here. The policeman has to shield Inko from the reporters as the camera flashes start, and with one arm over her shoulders to guide her shoulder, the man guides Inko to a nearby police car. I understand you must be feeling worried and frantic, but please believe me when I say that your son is doing as well as he probably could at this point. He is under watch by Recovery Girl, and brought to our watch by none other than All Might. We merely had to make preparations for his private hospital stay, which is why we took this long to get to you. Despite the man's words, Inko only gets more worried. Hospital? Why is my son in the hospital? Did he get hurt, or did he burn himself with his new quirk? Oh my god, if he had to be taken care of by Recovery Girl then he must be Dash. I suppose I really should have phrased that better. The man sighs as they finally enter the car, the door closing shut and finally blocking off the noise of the reporters. Soon, the car is moving, presumably to the hospital her son was in. Ma'am, if I may correct my mistake, as I said earlier, your son is all right. He had merely exhausted himself into a deep sleep, and Recovery Girl had only been called in because All Might didn't want to take any risks with your son. Finally starting to calm down at that bit of good news, Inko can only ask, but why would All Might care so much about my son? Before the policeman can respond to her question, now that the moment of panic has passed, Inko remembers something. She slams her hands over her lips, embarrassment coloring her features as her apparent social faux pas makes itself known to her. Oh my god, I have been so rude to you. I've been asking so much of you when I don't even know your name. I'm so sorry. The man only smiles at her apology, taking his fedora off his head and holding it over his chest. Don't worry, I don't mind. You were being emotional, and somebody forgetting to ask my name and being interrogated by people I'm trying to help isn't the worst thing to happen to me in my job. The blush refuses to leave her face. Inko manages to lift her head up this time. Here, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Tsukachi Naomesa, a detective from the police force. You can refer to me by Tsukachi Keiji. Etiquette kicks in, and soon, Inko is bowing her head again, this time in introduction. My name is Midoriya Inko, I hope you take care of me. A thought passes her mind, and soon, Inko is wringing her hands again, though, I suppose, at this point you probably already know my name without me introducing myself. I apologize if that makes you feel uncomfortable, but such is the circumstance of this meeting of ours, Midoriya-san. Tsukachi comforts her, and soon, Inko meets him in the eyes, feeling much less stressed now that she has gotten a measure of the man's character. Anyhow, I believe you were asking me as to why exactly All Might himself brought this case to us? Remembering her own question, Inko nods. It's not that I don't believe he isn't that good of a man to help my son, but a man of his reputation probably has better things to do than to help Dash. Help the boy who is now under heavy scrutiny by the mass media, you mean? Tsukachi interrupts her gently, and Inko immediately understands. Even though I believe that All Might really would help your son to this extent without needing such an impetus, the fact is that your son is now under much attention by so many people. It is rare that for a quirk to only emerge at such a developed age, and even rarer that its first use is so dramatic that it catches the eye of even the most powerful of people. Your son is now a person of interest, and part of what caused us to take so long to get to you was the necessity of finding the right hospital that your son could reside in without catching the attention of anyone with untoward intentions. Bile rises to Inko's throat as she quickly catches onto Tsukachi's allusions. You mean, Izuku is going to be targeted for this? Not only are the reporters barging into our home, but criminals could suddenly start looking for my son? We can only consider that as a possibility, hence the measures we have taken. The look on the detective's face is disheartening for a moment, but soon the man picks up his expression for Inko's sake. As a father to a son of my own, I understand your dread, but Midoriya, look at the bright side. At least your son finally has his quirk, and that he is under the protection of no less than our best heroes. In that moment, a memory flashes by Inko's eyes. Mom, I want to become a hero. When I get my quirk, I'm going to get so strong, so much stronger until I can help people like All Might. I'm going to be so cool that everyone will respect me like they do for him. Midoriya Inko had always been a solitary mother. When Izuku had been born, he had been the apple of her eye. Still is, especially after Hisashi left her and her son to fend for themselves, but the world had never been particularly kind for Inko and her son. Quirkless. One word, that was what it all took to destroy Izuku's dreams. Her Izuku, who only dreamed of becoming like his heroes, being told from day one that he could never become a hero, and it will always be Inko's worst regret that she told her son the same thing when they returned home that day 10 years ago. It had a huge effect on Izuku, Inko knew. After all, after that first night of Izuku crying into Inko's arms to sleep, her son had noticeably started changing. It hadn't been anything obvious or too much that had Inko calling for a child specialist, but slowly her son started pulling away from her, sometimes looking so lost but refusing to let Inko again be that guide to help him back home. Her son never stopped chattering to her about heroes, but he did diminish in his declarations in wanting to become one despite Inko knowing that his dream hasn't changed one bit. Izuku, despite standing a little taller sometimes, no longer met her in the eyes as much as he used to when he was just a toddler. Talking to Mitsuki-chan revealed that Izuku no longer talks as much as he used to with Katsuki, even if her son continued to refer to the boy as Kakin. And every movement, every motion her son makes had this hint of desperation, of a wish to prove himself to the world that Inko just worries so much for her son. So when Izuku had asked her for her help in finding training for him, Inko could only support her son in his latest endeavor. She called up a professional trainer from a local gym, pulled out all stops just to finally get her son smiling at her again without that hint of disillusionment hiding behind his lips, and it does work. These days, whenever her son felt like he needed help, he knew that he could approach Inko about it. But there is always still that hint, that reminder that Inko had failed her son, and it still gnaws on her in this moment. But that gnawing feeling has nothing in comparison to the emotion building up in Inko's chest. After all, while Inko had, for one night, failed her son, for the entirety of those 10 years the rest of the world had just as easily thrown away her Izuku like trash once he was declared quirkless. And now, only now that her son had revealed himself of actually being the user of a very powerful quirk and rescued Katsuki-kun from the hands of a villain, would the rest of the world dare to come back and bring this to their doorstep? It causes a bitter smile to form on Inko's face. But the fact that you already know without me telling you that all he wanted was that is a sign of just how this fiasco will affect his life from this day on, isn't it, Tsukachi-san? After all, the only reason you could be aware of it is because my son is now a person of interest, goes unsaid. Tsukachi doesn't have anything in response to that, and Inko can only wait with the man in silence inside the car as they head towards the hospital her son is kept in. When they arrive at the hospital, first thing Inko does as she enters is to ask for its location. She will not be stopped from returning here and visiting her son again tomorrow, if that's only if she couldn't camp herself inside her son's room for the rest of his stay here. Inko finally gets led to the room her son is in, and what she sees makes her forget her bitterness for a moment in a rush of pure maternal worry. Izuku! Nobody stops her as she runs towards her son's side, and though Izuku only has an 4 drip attached to him through a tube to his right arm, it is as though her son is dying that Inko grabs onto her son's bedside with all of her might. After all, with the way her son's eyes are closed like that, it almost looks like Inko is looking at him in his deathbed as opposed to him just being exhausted. When will he wake up? Please tell me. A hand places itself on Inko's shoulder, and she turns just in time to meet the wizened face of none other than Recovery Girl. He'll be waking up in due time, Midoriya-san. The healer comforts, and Inko, choosing to trust the older woman considering everything she heard about her, relaxes. Quirk exhaustion happens to all of us, and your son is in fact lucky that all his quirk seems to take from him is his energy. I've put him on a nutrient drip, just in case, but I believe he'll be doing just fine. Now, won't you sit with me outside of the room? I believe we have something to talk about. Inko turns to her son, but Izuku will be here even after we go through the door. I'll even let you keep him in sight through the window if you want me to, just let your son rest in peace for now. Today has been a very tiring day for him. Inko can't argue with that. Today had been tiring for her too, and she wasn't even the one who had to face a villain. So she soon places a sweaty hand over her forehead, wiping away the matting hair from her face, and with a kiss on her Izuku's cheeks, she acquiesces to Recovery Girl's request. The first thing Recovery Girl says is, I believe you've heard of the events that have led to your son here? The familiar coil of bitterness forms in Inko's throat, waiting to be unleashed, but unwilling to be rude to the one taking care of her son's well-being. She pushes it down, clamps her mouth and forces out a nod. She didn't dare to speak. I've checked your son's medical records, and it is truly strange that his quirk has only emerged this late, and that is not even considering his previous diagnosis as quirkless. Inko flinches, as if almost by habit, at the word. If I have just offended you, I must apologize, but your son really does have that extra toe joint. To be honest, I've only know of one other case with such qualifications of emerging with a quirk despite being called quirkless for more than 10 years of his life. There was someone else like her Izuku? Who is this other person? All Might, who just gave me permission to tell you this earlier. There is a glint in Recovery Girl's eyes as she says that, as though there is some in-joke that the healer is only privy to, but Inko is too flabbergasted at the news about the symbol of peace to notice. He thought that it might comfort you, knowing that your son isn't alone in this kind of situation. All Might had once been considered quirkless? I never heard of Dash. Of course you haven't, after all it's a very well-kept secret. Recovery Girl continues blithely and Inko can only stare at the healer. All Might's duty as the symbol of peace constitutes him to be as indomitable as possible, and though previously being called quirkless does not at all demerit all of his achievements, we thought it would be best that only a few would know about it as it might lead to some foolhardy villain to challenge him out of some preconceived sense of superiority for it. Of course, the real reason for the hush-hush was to protect the secret of One for All, but what Recovery Girl just told Inko wasn't exactly untrue. After all, there were some villains that might challenge All Might for it, but then again, there was already a boatload of reasons for them to do so. Adding one to the list wouldn't matter much in the long run, so if it only didn't mean risking the safety of One for All's succession, Recovery Girl would have pressed Toshinori to reveal it to the public earlier. After all, the news of the number one hero previously being considered quirkless probably would have helped the public treatment of the quirkless people who didn't get the luck to be handed with a quirk like Toshinori did. But then again, with the boy sleeping in his bed inside the hospital room, maybe that wouldn't be as necessary anymore. This, unlike One for All, was a very real story of a quirkless child emerging with a powerful quirk, and as much as Recovery Girl would like it to not have to be this way, powerful quirks really did go a long way with convincing the populace to rethink things. They were, after all, what led to the development of quirk laws in the first place. Maybe at least, this would keep the more discriminatory voices silent, lest risk angering another quirkless individual only for them to gain a powerful quirk later on and turn villain that way. If Midoriya Izuku were to become a hero, the boy's future reputation would also go a long way to mending relations between those with quirks and the quirkless. I feel terrible, thinking like this about a young boy for the sake of everyone. Pinning my hopes on him like this, it's like a repetition of Toshinori's dream of becoming the symbol of hope all over again. This, Recovery Girl keeps to herself, as she watches the mother before her try and absorb that bit of news. Toshinori had wanted Recovery Girl to tell her this particular secret, thinking that it might go over well. She asks softly, "Do you indeed feel better now that you know about this?" Inko catches her breath, mind still reeling. Does this comfort her? She thinks hard about it, how it makes her feel, and with a sudden realization she nods as she does start to feel better. If All Might had been quirkless at some point and still became a hero, and not just any hero, but the best of them all, then there was someone who would be there to sympathize with her son. Inko tries so much, but she knows that as much as she tries to understand, she would never really truly get what her son feels as she always had her own quirk and Izuku didn't. But for All Might to be that person for her son, especially when for all rights, it is starting to look to Inko like All Might wanted to be that person. Inko falls into one of the seats outside of her son's window, and with her hands cupped over her mouth, for a moment Inko just sobs in relief. It doesn't remove the bitterness, not entirely, but yes, I do feel a bit better after hearing that. Inko wipes away a tear, before smiling at her sleeping son from the window, whispering, "Izuku, you finally have it. You finally have your chance." Recovery Girl pats her on the shoulder comfortingly. For what feels like half an hour, it's just like that. Quiet sobs and murmuring coming from Inko, with Recovery Girl sitting companionably beside her. The professional hero and healer doesn't ask questions, doesn't press, she just lets Inko do everything on her own terms, waiting patiently for her to recover. When Inko finally does recover, Recovery Girl nods at a couple of watchers hiding behind a corner. A signal that it was all right to continue. We have something else to discuss. Inko is just wiping away the last of her tears when she hears the now familiar voice of Tsukachi. Remembering just how she treated the officer earlier, when the man had been nothing but helpful and cordial, with much of her bitterness now assuaged, Inko rises up to her feet to stand before the man. Then she bows deeply in apology. "I'm so sorry, Tsukachi Keiji." Despite her earlier rudeness, once more Tsukachi only smiles at her forgivingly. "Really, Midoriya-san? You don't have to. I do understand how it feels like being a parent, so I didn't mind you lashing out at me earlier. What is important to me is that you've finally seen your son and if you feel better." Inko wants to say more at that, because really it is Inko's fault for saying those words to this man when it was hardly his fault, just the circumstances working against them, but then seeing the man's face, Inko closes her mouth and accepts that at this point, trying to put herself down wouldn't help anyone, much less Izuku. So she only nods. "I do feel better, though I would prefer it if Izuku wakes up sooner than later. Don't we all?" Another man speaks, and this time, Inko notices Tsukachi's new company. A thin and gaunt man. For a moment Inko thinks that perhaps this person before her is another patient of the hospital, but then she realizes that this person would be wearing hospital clothes if that was the case. So who is this man? "Ah, I can see your confusion. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. Tsukachi-kun?" Tsukachi nods once with a smile. "The cameras for this hallway have been turned off, and save for you, me, Recovery Girl, and Midoriya-san, here we have this place on lockdown with no one that could enter." Inko's eyes go wide at that particular statement. Turning to the detective, "Tsukachi Keiji, what dash?" Inko's world is ripped from under her feet when the thin man then says, "Hello, Midoriya-san, my name is Yagi Tashinori, and you probably know me better as All Might." Inko is still in much of the same state of shock hours later, when Tashinori-san, All Might, has left her with Tsukachi-san in tow, the two men discussing beneath their breaths as they leave, the trust between the hero and police officer clear even as they go. And it's that same trust, she knows, that was just offered to her by the two, no, by the three including Recovery Girl by telling her everything she knew now. About the symbol of peace, about All Might's injury and how her Izuku had somehow healed it, about One for All and how it was a quirk that could be passed down, and that her Izuku was going to be that successor. When the day began, Inko really never thought that events would quickly lead up to this situation. It is almost like her son's life has suddenly turned into that of a story, with all of these good news and bad news and oh gods, her son was finally going to be a hero, but for that he was going to have a lot of enemies. "Inko-san, please calm down. You're starting to hyperventilate." Recovery Girl starts rubbing circles on her back, and Inko just sobs, Sorry, Recovery Girl. I'm still. A small part of me is just rejoicing over everything good that has happened in the past few hours, but the rest is just wishing that this is all a bad dream. I have to apologize, but this isn't just a dream, Inko-san." Inko whimpers for a moment at that, before Recovery Girl then asks, "Is it really that bad?" Inko turns to the healer in confusion. "What? Is it really that bad, to suddenly find out about all of this for your son?" Recovery Girl clarifies, and just like that, Inko understands. "Because if it's really that bad for you, if you really don't want this for your son, I'm pretty sure All Might would take your opinion into account. He might want to take your son on as his successor, but with his better condition, I believe he'll be open to looking for someone else dash." Inko shakes her head, yelling loudly, "No." Recovery Girl stares at her, surprised. "No? No?" Inko repeats, nodding sadly. "As much as I appreciate you and All Might taking my opinion into account, the thing is, in the end I'm not the one who should be making the choices for my son. It's Izuku who should be the one making his choices, and I know my Izuku." Inko turns to look at her son. He wouldn't hesitate in saying yes to All Might's offer, no matter what I might say. And that was that. Mom? When Inko hears her son speak in a soft and rough voice, for a moment Inko thinks she is dreaming before she feels a hand tap over her shoulder. At that, she shoots up from how she was resting her head over her crossed arms on Izuku's bed. Her son pulls away his hand at her sudden reaction, but Inko doesn't care, not after she sees him smile weakly at her. Forgetting that her son in a hospital bed, Inko throws herself at her son. Izuku! Cue the waterworks. Inko's son tries to comfort her softly as she starts to cry into his hospital gown, and as weak as the circles he starts to rub at her back feels, Inko just takes it all in, tries to remember this moment because minutes ago, hours ago, Izuku had been as unresponsive as a corpse. Izuku, you drive me crazy sometimes, young man. Why did you jump into a hostage situation instead of turning around and leaving it to the heroes? Why did you make me have to find it out through the news dash? Izuku laughs feebly at her remonstrations. Mom, calm down. And you finally got your quirk? Flames just like your father's dash. Inko stops right there in her muttering, because in that moment, Izuku suddenly stiffens, his arms becoming heavy like lead around her shoulders. Izuku! Her son's voice is low and weary in her arms, his chin laid over her neck as Izuku looks down. Alright, I finally got my quirk, right? Inko pulls away at that, wanting to see her son better. As soon as she sees his face, Inko is hit by a sudden incongruity. Always, Inko had thought that her Izuku would be overjoyed to find out that he finally had a quirk. Always, because Inko knew her son wanted to be a hero. And while the way he might have gotten it was traumatic, for both him and Inko, why is it that in this moment, Izuku looks like he wants nothing more than to turn back time? He almost looks like he's grieving, Inko thinks worriedly to herself as she watches her son stay silent in front of her, staring at his hands like there was something that used to be there but was now gone. But what is he grieving for? Inko opens her mouth, perhaps to ask her son as to what has him so crestfallen, but then the door to the room behind her opens, causing both her and Izuku to turn to the people who've just arrived. All Might. Izuku murmurs with wide eyes, and Inko turns in shock at her son, because while it is indeed All Might before them with Recovery Girl, it is in his emaciated form and not as the all-powerful hero the public knew. Izuku, you know? Izuku snaps back to her in turn. Mom, you know too? All Might is the one to answer for her son, a hand raised in apology. That is my fault, Midorius. I forgot to mention this to you earlier, but yes, your son discovered this particular secret of mine before today's incident. By the time that I remembered to tell you, Recovery Girl told me that you already had a lot on your plate. Recovery Girl snorts beside the number one hero. That's right, you big oaf. Hero you may be, but really at some point you should pick up some social skills and tact. It is truly strange to see such a skeleton of man break out into sweat, especially with the knowledge of said man being none other than All Might. Now, Chio, you exaggerate the issue. Exaggerate? Look, Toshinori, if it weren't for the fact that you pull a disappearing act on your reporters every time you go out to exacerbate your condition with your heroic antics, the whole world would have already figured out that their greatest hero is nothing but an awkward fool. Now you're just starting to sound like Eraserhead does every time I work with him. Tsukachi Keiji takes that moment to also enter the room, commenting loudly, maybe I should be giving Eraserhead more due respect if that's the case. All Might, even if he is just as bad as you when it comes to paperwork. Really, Tsukachi-kun, that's the first thing you say here? Must you and Chio gang up on me like this? Inko hears a giggle, and with a shock, she realizes who it is coming from. She snaps her gaze back to her Izuku, who is starting to break out into outright laughter now. And as she catches the two heroes and detectives smile subtly in her peripheral vision, another realization hits her. They are doing this on purpose. For her son, All Might had essentially pulled off a three-man manzai act, with himself as the butt of the joke. Perhaps, upon seeing the same look of grief, same expression of pure loss from out of the window, the three of them decided to step in just to give her Izuku a smile. Without knowing it, her lips form a smile of her own, weak and almost accompanied by tears it may be. Really, they make the concept of hero proud. No wonder Izuku respects heroes so much, if this is what a hero truly is. When Izuku finally starts to calm down, actually having to wipe away some tears, her son looks much happier, though a few echoes of the grief earlier still remain. Nodding at his visitors, Inko can only feel pride at the way her son seems to have grown in an instant. All Might, the #1 hero, nods back. Recovery girl, the healer, smiles in return. And, I'm sorry, I only know of heroes, Mr. Tsukachi Naomasa, police detective. Tsukachi Keiji takes his hat off his head and places it over his chest with a bow. It is good to finally see you awake, Midoriya-kun. Do you remember everything that has brought you here? Because I'm afraid I'm going to have to take your testimony on the matter. His voice is nothing but understanding, with an implied message of I can come back any time, if you don't feel up to this now, but then Izuku smiles back at the detective, if a little tiredly. Why? I can remember everything. About Kaken, about the hostage situation, about Muddy and how I got my quirk. Tsukachi's eyes widen a bit, which probably said a lot in itself, given what Inko knew of how people often blocked out traumatic events. How many people could manage the same as her son, Inko thought, if an actual police detective treated this like it was a startling, if very well received, surprise? Really? Then would you mind giving your statement now? I don't mind. And just like that, before Inko's very eyes, Izuku starts to recount the events earlier that day. And while it is terrifying to hear her son describe the events that until now she had only heard from secondary sources, to see the other adults in the room give her son his due respect and to hang on to his every word like he mattered, and not just because of his new quirk. Inko can't say that she is entirely happy with how things are leading up to. From the hero's warnings, the future for her son would only become more complicated, and that is without adding into it the entire issue of her Izuku possibly becoming All Might's successor. People, regardless of any heroic or villainous alignment, would be after her son. Combine that to the inexplicable air of understated grief that surrounds her Izuku even now? No, Inko is not entirely happy. But then, looking at Recovery Girl, looking at Tsukachi Keiji, looking at All Might, today has been nothing but a far cry from how her son had been previously treated by everyone around him, and while that in itself is a source of bitterness for Inko, maybe perhaps, Inko could let herself finally have hope? Maybe. I can have hope. Have hope for myself, have hope for my son. If Izuku notices how Inko quietly wraps his hands with hers, he doesn't bring attention to it, continuing to tell his story in a low and even tone. And if there's one thing I know, it'll be the fact that no matter what, I'll be here for him. Boys. And in the end, that is all that truly matters. Chapter 4, Fire. Shudo had always been the ice to his father's fire ever since the incident that took his mother away from him. There is no exception. He is the stoicism to Endeavor's anger, the calm and collected against his father's raging tempers. This he does mostly on purpose, though it might be true that in the beginning he had started repressing his emotions just to cope to his father's abuse. As he grew older, Shudo had seen to it to be as different from his father as much as possible. Hence, the massive difference between their attitudes to their soon-to-be visitors. Shudo, I shall only repeat this one last time. You should make nothing but the best of impressions on this Midoriya Izuku once he arrives. I'll handle All Might. Your job is to convince that boy to leave All Might's side and become my apprentice like you have. Good to know Endeavor considered him as an apprentice more than a son. At least that way, Shudo could deny ever being related by blood to this man in front of him. Still, why are you even so insistent on getting him as a sidekick, Endeavor? Shudo asks bluntly, not even trying to hide his disdain. And here I thought I was your masterpiece. Quit that lip with me, Shudo. Don't think that I would hesitate giving you one last training session before they arrive. Endeavor narrows his eyes at Shudo, though Shudo at this point is unaffected by his father's threats. Shudo's strength had gone past a long time ago from when he had been weak enough to let this man harm him. And as for why, it's simple. I could care less about that kid's development as much as the idea that All Might would get someone with a quirk so similar to mine as a student. Your role is to realize my ambition, but him? He'll be an insult to my name as the flame hero if somebody else gets that kind of quirk to themselves. So it wasn't even about Midoriya Izuku's quirk as much as the idea that All Might would get to teach him how to use it? Honestly, Shudo should have expected this kind of thing from his father, and what determination Shudo already had to disobey his father only intensified at that. Good first impression? Hardly. Shudo has nothing against Midoriya Izuku, but there was no way Shudo would be playing into the hands of Endeavor. In fact, Midoriya would probably even thank him when the time comes. After all, Midoriya would get to avoid Endeavor's tender teachings. Understood. Shudo says that, causing Endeavor to nod slightly in approval, but as his father then turns away, Shudo lets himself have a little smirk. After all, he hadn't even lied. He did understand what his father was telling him to do. But Shudo never promised that he would actually heed him. When All Might and Midoriya Izuku finally arrives at the Todoroki residence, the air between the members of said residence is reasonably tense. After all, this is the first time the target of Endeavor's envy and rage actually visited the building. The reason for that was simple. Endeavor had refused to let All Might get a peek at his supposed masterpiece before he deemed Shudo ready for Yui. After all, the more advantages Shudo had, the more he could defeat All Might and take his place. The degrees Endeavor had gone to keep that in place had even been so strict that ever since Shudo was born only 6 other professional heroes had entered the house, and none of them managed to even get a glimpse of him while he was training. As far as Shudo is concerned though, that had been an absolutely meaningless move in Endeavor's part. After all, why bother to hide his skills when Shudo would end up showing them on live television during his first sports festival anyway? Still, the oddness of the situation was enough to make Fuyumi, the only other member of the house at this point save Endeavor and Shudo, anxious, and in turn, her anxiety was making Shudo tense. Part of what Shudo loves about his sister is her kindness and empathy. After all, it was those qualities of hers led Fuyumi to stay in this house as Shudo's company after everyone else abandoned Shudo to his father, but it's those same qualities that Shudo wishes his sister didn't have during times like this where she shouldn't even have had to involve herself in. Or at least, Fuyumi shouldn't have let the house helpers, all of them equally aware of Endeavor's attitudes and threatened to keep silent about it, take this as a day off just so they could avoid being in the firing line. Now, Fuyumi, being the only other person in the house, had to be the one to play host while Endeavor forced Shudo to interact with Midoriya Izuku. As soon as he gets the chance, Shudo approaches his sister, away from Endeavor's attention. Fuyumi, if you really want to go, you know you could always leave. I can handle Endeavor now, goes unsaid, Shudo not even daring to say it aloud just in case Endeavor could be eavesdropping on them, but in response to his words, Fuyumi's eyes only sharpen as she shakes her head. No, Shudo. You're my little brother, I won't leave you behind in all this. But it's that same resolution of yours why Endeavor manages to use you so much, Shudo wants to say, but at that point they've already ran out of time. Their doorbell rings and Endeavor yells, Shudo, Fuyumi, they're here. Get ready to welcome them. Shudo grits his teeth as Fuyumi pulls away to run towards their front porch, forcing Shudo to also follow just in case Endeavor might punish Fuyumi for his being late. After all, their father was that kind of man who, after Shudo had learned to ignore physical punishments, had wisened up to using more indirect ways of controlling him. When Shudo reaches the front porch, that's when he gets his first impression of Midoriya Izuku, and in a lesser way, All Might. For All Might, it's all because of how Shudo never really interacted to the man prior to this, for all of his unintended involvement in Shudo's suffering. True, Shudo admires the man for his heroism, always had ever since he was a kid, but he never really had the chance to know the man behind the symbol of peace. As for Midoriya Izuku, in a word, Shudo feels underwhelmed. Dark green hair, with eyes that shared the same color and freckles that bloomed across his cheeks. When Shudo had heard about Midoriya Izuku, it had been through Endeavor's reaction to how he was publicized while Shudo never got the chance to see the relevant news articles. After all, by that time, Endeavor had forced Shudo into more training just so he could supposedly match up to the amount of flames Midoriya had made the first time he used his quirk. Shudo had been expecting someone more intense, with a strong presence that filled the room, not a kid who not only looked younger than Shudo, but also with a spine that was permanently curved forwards as though he was trying to hide from Shudo's gaze. No, he is trying to avoid Shudo's gaze, with how Midoriya just looked away from him the moment he saw Shudo's face. Welcome to my abode, All Might. Endeavor bites those words out, like he never wanted to ever utter them, or at least in that order. I received your message about this boy's quirk yesterday. Shudo watches as the symbol of peace bashfully puts a hand behind his head. I hope you didn't mind me sending it ahead on such short notice. It's just that an incident happened recently, and I thought that for Midoriya-kun here's safety I should ask you for help, so I'm dash. Endeavor has already turned away from their guests, not caring at all at the disrespect he showed in doing so. We can talk about that later, once we're in the waiting room. Shuto, Fuyumi, introduce yourselves. Fuyumi, once you're done, prepare us some tea. As Endeavor moves to leave, Shudo rolls his eyes at the man. With how Endeavor was already shooting himself in the foot, Shudo probably wouldn't even have to do very much to leave an impression on Midoriya Izuku. Fuyumi, ever the polite one, and in fact, the only person with manners in the house, goes first, bowing at both All Might and Midoriya Izuku. I apologize for my father. My name is Todoroki Fuyumi, and it is a pleasure to meet you. And as for him, Shudo finds a hand pressing on his back, making him bow as well. This is my brother, Todoroki Shudo. Welcome to our home. A little annoyed, Shudo growls out, welcome, but neither of their visitors takes heed of Shudo's irritation. Instead, All Might just smiles at the two of them, shaking his head humbly. No need to be so formal, young Todorokis. After all, it's just me and Midoriya-kun here. Speaking of Midoriya-kun, with a little squeak, the golden egg bows. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I hope you both take care of me. In that moment, Shudo already knows two things. First, All Might is definitely not like Endeavor, not at all. While Shudo had, once or twice, considered the possibility of All Might being a facade just as much as Endeavor's heroism had been for the public, if one thing was for certain it would be that All Might was just as kind and humble as he was in live television as he was in person. As for the second thing, Shudo has to keep down a smirk from reaching his face. Looks like, as far as Endeavor is concerned, it is far too late for him to get Midoriya Izuku as his own student. Not with how he is interacting with All Might. A smaller part of Shudo is also taking note of the almost fatherly relationship between All Might and Midoriya, but there's just no way, right? If All Might did have a kid, then there was no way that kid would have been quirkless for 14 years. And Midoriya had a fire quirk, not a strength enhancement quirk. There really was no way that Midoriya Izuku is All Might's secret child, for all of what little of Shudo has seen of their interactions is making him envious of Midoriya. Well then, I have prepared that tea. Shudo, could you lead them to the waiting room? Shudo nods, and the next moment Fuyumi leaves. Then, with a nod, he immediately starts walking towards the waiting room without another word. Normally, Shudo would at least dispense with a few more formalities, unpracticed in welcoming others into his home he may be, but Shudo still had been taught manners. It just so happened that he refused to use them most of the time, but as much as Shudo might not want to admit it, Endeavor had it right with how rude he had been earlier with these two. That is, if Endeavor's goal had been to put off Midoriya Izuku from being Endeavor's apprentice, which is Shudo's. Todoroki Shounen. Wait up please. Shudo hears All Might's voice, as well as two pairs of feet rushing to follow him into the miniature maze that is the Todoroki house, and while one part of Shudo is already apologizing mentally to All Might at his rudeness, another is just absolutely satisfied at a terrible first impression well done. Now, time to follow it up with something else. Don't worry, I'm not going that fast. If you have eyes and feet, you'll be able to follow me. Now, neither of you have those lacking, am I correct? Shudo doesn't even bother to look at them in the eyes when he says that, and judging from the sudden silence behind him, his words have hit their mark. Once more, Shudo apologizes mentally to All Might for being the target of his rudeness, but no regrets. This is as much as for their sake as it is for Shudo's. When the three of them finally arrive at the waiting room, it is still with that awkward stilted air that Shudo had aimed for. Endeavor narrows his eyes when he sees the odd expressions on All Might and Midoriya's faces, but as far as Shudo is concerned so far he had done a good job of achieving his goals. Shudo's goals, that is. Not Endeavor's. Where is Fuyumi? Endeavor asks, his voice just a little quieter than the usual thunder. Didn't I tell her to get us refreshments? Before Shudo could open his mouth and point out that you just told Fuyumi to get the tea, there is no way that she'll be finished that quickly. Fuyumi herself comes out of another corridor with a tray in her hands. Shudo's eyes widen when he sees that not one, but 3 different teapots on the tray, combined with a varied assortment of snacks and crackers. I'm sorry it took me so long. I had already prepared 3 different kinds of tea before you arrived. 1 oolong, 2nd black, and the 3rd just plain green tea, but getting the fresh hot water took a little longer than what I would like. I did bring other snacks though, with more than plenty to spare. Shudo already knew from the smell wafting into his nose that Fuyumi really pulled out all the stops today, acquiring nothing but the best tea leaves for their guests. Apparently, having expected both Endeavor and Shudo making a terrible first impression, Fuyumi had decided to make up for it with her own version of hospitality. Shudo wanted to facepalm. Couldn't Fuyumi see that she was falling into Endeavor's hands with what she was doing? Their guests for a moment look flabbergasted at the ridiculous amount of hospitality set out for them, but as always, Endeavor only nods at Fuyumi's efforts, saying a quick good, before turning to sit Saiza on one of the zabuton cushions beside their traditional Japanese table. Shudo and Fuyumi glance at one another, before Fuyumi sighs just a little bit as she settles the tray down on the table. As she moves to sit in her corner of the room, Shudo manages to give her a quick supportive smile before he also takes his seat beside Endeavor. Their own manners kicking in, All Might and Midoriya Izuku then also take their seats, All Might opposite of Endeavor while Midoriya sits in front of Shudo, and for a moment there is silence and a fidgeting Midoriya Izuku before All Might manages to open his mouth with a shaky smile. Oh, this seems to be a rather traditional home you have here, Endeavor. All Might glances a moment at Endeavor, then the room, then Shudo, and lastly Fuyumi in turn before he finishes. It's all rather impressive, I must say. Truly, the culture of Japan astounds me at times. Drop your American nonsense already, All Might. Endeavor interrupts him, sounding dreadfully unpleased. This is not the public where you are playing for the cameras. There is no odder sight than seeing All Might sweat nervously. Ah yes, you've always told me off about that. There is another moment of awkward silence, before Midoriya surprises Shudo by speaking up without being prompted to. Midoriya has a strange sharp look in his eyes as he speaks, a stronger curve in his spine when he asks, Fuyumi, I hope you don't mind me calling you that with your father and brother here with us. Why are you sitting so far away from us? I mean, why aren't you sitting with us on the table? Indeed, Fuyumi wasn't sitting with them near the table. Instead she was sitting in a corner of the room, without even a pillow to support her legs. Surprised at the question directed at her and not to the other males in the room, Fuyumi answers, semi-automatically, because it isn't my place to dash. Yes, it is your place to sit with us. Here, I'll get you your own cushion. As Midoriya stands up, moving towards the stack of cushions clearly placed on top of a nearby cabinet, Shudo now knows that he isn't imagining it when he thought that Midoriya's eyes looked different. With how his eyes changed tint from bright green to an almost chartreuse green of apples, it is clear to Shudo that something is afoot here, especially with the proud look on All Might. This is my home, I say. What Endeavor starts, but then the other teenager turns at him, his eyes almost glowing yellow. Hospitality at home is twofold, Midoriya speaks, clearly and almost seeming louder for all that it hadn't changed volume at all. There is hospitality to one's guests, there is hospitality to oneself. If you cut off your own arm to make your guests happy, then you aren't being a good host. Instead, you are being a fool, and fools don't make good hosts. Well then, just how did Shudo miss this? And demand it. As much as Shudo has decided to treat Midoriya so badly that he would never want to come back here, why is it that Midoriya is making him want to respect him so much? Endeavor seems to be just as wordless, so Midoriya is free to get a cushion for Fuyumi to sit on, and in no time flat not only has Midoriya gotten Fuyumi to sit on it with the rest of them again, one thing to be thankful for, Shudo knew just how much it was a pain to sit Saiza without one of those. He has also served them all tea with Fuyumi's help. All Might has a smile that is way too proud to be anything but a proud father when he sips at his oolong tea and speaks again. Midoriya-kun, where did you hear that from? Did Inko-san teach it to you? Midoriya tilts his head for a moment, his eyes still glowing slightly, before shaking it. No. Just something I've heard from somewhere. Perhaps an old dream. Was it just Shudo's imagination, or did Midoriya for a second there look like he was mourning? Apparently taking the odd answer into stride, All Might then places his hand on top of Izuku's head, messing with his hair for a bit. No matter. Those are some real words of wisdom you've just said there, young man. I'm glad to have heard of them from you. It happens in an instant. One moment, there is Midoriya Izuku, with gleaming eyes and an unforgettable presence, and the next, there is once again Midoriya Izuku, shy and awkward as he is obviously being driven into near tears by the affectations given to him by the number one hero. That seems to let Endeavor regain his balance, so soon, Shudo's father is speaking again. Now then, let's dispense with the formalities and get on with the real business. Endeavor turns to his daughter, presumably to order her to leave, but then in the corner of Shudo's vision he sees Midoriya's eyes sharpen once more, and just like that Endeavor has changed tracks. Great work with the tea. Fuyumi nearly drops her own cup of tea at that, but then Endeavor shakes off the awkwardness, pushing on. About the missive I've received from you, All Might. You were asking about my help with this boy's fire quirk? Endeavor pointedly doesn't look at Midoriya's way as he asks All Might this, and once more, Shudo is surprised when All Might only laughs and says, about that, I suppose I might have been a bit misleading. Midoriya-kun, if you would. Midoriya has an odd smile on his face as he cups his hands in front of them, and when he opens them, Shudo's brows raise when bright yellow flames form out of his hands. And it doesn't stop there. Soon, the flames begin to rise, forming distinct shapes, and is that a chameleon? Midoriya-kun here already has prodigious control over his flames, as we've found out earlier. All Might speaks almost blithely as Midoriya proceeded to create even more shapes out of his flames, the room slowly getting filled by small animals made out of flames. A lion cub, a kitten, a kangaroo, a hedgehog, a cow, an owl, a dog, a swallow. More and more animals started to fill the room, in a truly astounding display of control over one's own quirk, to the degree that Shudo almost found himself envious before he caught the emotion by the tail and crushed it. No, I am not going to be like Endeavor and be envious of Midoriya. Never. For all that a part of Shudo hates how he spent so many years training under such a hateful man just to get the control he has, he wouldn't spite Midoriya for having the luck of a much easier quirk. After all, he has heard the rumors, and what life Midoriya has had before this is certainly as painful as Shudo's life had been. Remembering one of the rumors about Midoriya's quirk, Shudo reaches out to touch one of them, the lion cub with the odd hat, and just as he expected, it doesn't burn his fingertips. Instead, it only feels warm and almost welcoming. Shudo hears something snap, and with a glance at Endeavor, he realizes that, that must one of the pillars holding up Endeavor's temper. Was starting to wonder when it would begin. Endeavor smacks his fist on top the table, not as loud as it could have been but still making quite the noise. Why then, would you bring him here? Don't tell me, you are here just to rub his quirk all over my face. All Might shakes his head nervously at that. No. Just, it's something of a need-to-know basis, Endeavor. You know how some of these things work, right? Some things are just too risky to discuss through email, not when I could explain it in person with Midoriya-kun here. Shudo immediately finds his interest piqued at that. Secrecy? That implied something else, something more important than just a normal fire quirk, and considering what they already knew was worth international news? Could it be that there really was more to Midoriya's quirk than this? All Might turns to Midoriya, and with a nod, Midoriya then opens his mouth to explain what his quirk was. How it was named Phoenix Flames. How it really wasn't real fire he was making, but instead life force in the shape of fire. Which was why he had so much control over it, why it only burned those he wanted to burn, and how it could even heal wounds. With how Endeavor's teeth was getting grittier with every word, Shudo found his envy quickly being soothed by the sheer schadenfreude that he was getting from his old man's response. And so, then I've considered, what if I tried putting it in another form besides flames? What if I tried to invert it, turn the positive into a cold negative, bring it up then down to zero? Midoriya's flames begin to sputter, the animal shapes disappearing as his flames flickered between life and unlife. That is to say, a 0-point breakthrough? And once more, everyone's eyes, including All Might's, begin to widen as the warmth in the room started to get replaced by something cooler, something colder. And just like that, within Midoriya's hands was a small yellow gem of ice. Shuto and Midoriya are in the Todoroki training grounds. After Midoriya's demonstration, even Endeavor had to put in his full efforts into seeing Midoriya's skills develop to the fullest. After all, not only was it likely that Midoriya would master this 0-point breakthrough of his with or without their help, Endeavor was still a hero for all of his negative points and thus interested in the potential of unmeltable ice in their line of work. Still, Shuto wouldn't be forgetting that look on his face when Endeavor had met and summarily failed Midoriya's challenge him to melt his yellow gem anytime soon. You hate your dad, don't you? Shuto stops in the middle of his explanation of how he used his ice side. Why Midoriya was interested to hear this, Shuto didn't know. It wasn't as though their quirks worked the same way at all, only to tilt his head. You've noticed? Midoriya only nods, still gazing at his own flickering flames, what Shuto was now recognizing to be the sign of Midoriya's incoming 0-point breakthrough, before speaking again. You know, once, I've heard from someone that there was this, let's call it a quirk, that let the inheritors of a certain family line get this almost prophetic ability of intuition. Hyper-intuition. They could walk into a fight and immediately know what to do, where to move, where to hit and how to dodge, all in one. That certainly sounded to be rather powerful quirk to Shuto, but for Midoriya to mention it, don't tell me, you have it too? To Shuto's surprise, Midoriya only shakes his head before grinning brightly at him. No, I don't have it. I just thought to mention it to you. Shuto heaves a sigh. At least, Midoriya wasn't so absurdly powerful then. Even Shuto had his limits when it comes to acceptance, and what he was finding out today was already way past that. But even without that hyper-intuition, it was clear to me, you know? Midoriya turns back to his flickering flames, yellow turning into bright gold with how bright the flames were getting. Your dad. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Todoroki-kun? Endeavor is a D-dashta. Shuto can't help it. His own focus snaps as a chuckle escapes his throat despite all of his efforts to keep it down. As a result, a small glacier forms in front of him, entirely unshaped and only formed by unbridled power. And he seems to be interested in my flames too, so from that, I guess your own rudeness earlier was an attempt to scare me off? Midoriya then guesses, jumping the logical hoops correctly and accurately to Shuto's awe, before Midoriya then shakes his head. Not that I was planning to be Endeavor's sidekick anyway. I already promised to be All Might's successor. So it's true then? Shuto asks, trying to not seem too curious. You're becoming All Might's sidekick and following his footsteps? Midoriya smiles. Yeah, I guess you can say that. Now then, can you repeat that for me, Todoroki-kun? What you were saying about how to use your quirk? For a second, Shuto sighs before repeating, when I use my quirk, initially I started using it by imagining the ice I wanted to make, but then I realized that was putting way too much mental power on my visualization process. I could control ice, yes, but it naturally wants to form its own shape. It wants to spread, to bloom into its own. Midoriya nods, his flames flickering even faster than before, but then I found my solution. Instead of trying to lead my quirk by the hand, I tried to trust it. To trust that it would do what I want, that it would form the shape I want it to without me telling it what to do. Shuto remembers the lion cub he saw earlier, and with a slight nudge, he set his quirk to work. So instead of visualization, it became emotion. Ice is cool and calm, it is trust and keeping a level head. By just keeping that mental state in mind, my quirk started answering to me more. And just like that, within his hands was a duplicate of the same lion cub, this time made out of ice. See? Just like that. Midoriya nods, closing his eyes for a moment as his flames continued to flicker, faster and faster, brighter and brighter, and then suddenly, the flames got snuffed out into nothingness. Todoroki-kun, please take a step back. I want to see how far this would go. Shudo only has a moment to do so when Midoriya places his hands on the ground, and the next thing he knows, beside his already melting iceberg is another one, this time with a bright yellow tint but just as cold for all it refused to melt beneath the sun. It's not even half the size of what Shudo had made by accident, but considering this was Midoriya's first try and it was all unmeltable, that said a lot about the other teenager's talent. I'm done. It seems to have taken a lot out of Midoriya though, as Midoriya then falls down on his butt, sweat flowing down his face as his breathing started to become uneven. Now, aren't you proud of me, Reb Dash? Midoriya freezes mid-sentence at that, as he glances to a direction where nobody was, and though part of Shudo really just wants to question that, like, why is Midoriya acting like that? Why does he look so sad yet in the same time determined? In the light of Midoriya's affability in front of Shudo's own misguided efforts to push him away, Shudo doesn't ask. Instead, he offers his hand to Midoriya. Come on, Midoriya. Get on your feet. Midoriya sends him a grateful look before he hooks his hand around Shudo's. Thanks, Todoroki-kun. For the rest of the day, Shudo would find himself asking himself over and over again what made him say these following words. Stop that. You called Fuyumi by the name earlier, call me Shudo. I'll call you Izuku in turn. The answer to those self-questions is then what follows. Izuku grins at him, with this bright smile that makes him feel warm inside like the sun has raised itself in the sky just for him. If you say so, Shudo-kun. When the day ends, Shudo finds himself in a completely different mood compared to how it started. Not only has he met All Might and Midoriya Izuku for the first time, in the privacy of his own mind, Shudo thinks that maybe he has found himself a new friend. Still, goodbyes have to be made, so in front of the Todoroki house, Endeavor stands almost awkwardly in the corner while Izuku shakes Shudo and Fuyumi's hands. Thank you for everything, Shudo-kun, Fuyumi-san. Endeavor. All Might smiles proudly at his obvious son, not actual son, before turning to them as well. My own appreciations as well, Shudo-shounen, Fuyumi-san. Endeavor. Today has truly been a very fruitful day. Oh, not at all. Fuyumi smiles at them, looking also a load lighter than she had been earlier that day. I enjoyed your stories, All Might. And really, I must thank you for this, Midoriya-kun. Fuyumi gestures at her brand new pair of yellow earrings, made entirely out of unmeltable ice. Were it anybody else wearing them, they would have been painfully cold. But for Fuyumi, whose own ice quirk let her remain unaffected by the cold, it was a real gift to be appreciated. Endeavor grunts at the two guests' general direction, and just like that, the man leaves. Rolling his eyes at the man, Shudo then turns to Izuku. Izuku, see you in Yui. You're signing up for it, right? Izuku nods and grins. Of course, can't be a true hero without heading to Yui. After all, it's All Might's alma mater. There is no other way if I want to follow his footsteps. Shudo would never admit it, lest it caused Endeavor to take him out of the school out of sheer spite, but yeah, that was also one of the major things that made Shudo consider the school as the best choice. Now you exaggerate, Midoriya-kun. Fuyumi gets the giggles when she sees All Might blush like a maiden. Shudo himself smiles, but then an errant thought gets into his head, so as Izuku and All Might turn and prepare to leave, Shudo finds himself asking one more question. Wait! Izuku stops before turning back to him. Yes, Shudo-kun? About this hyper-intuition. All Might and Fuyumi both look confused at that, but by the way Izuku is nodding he knows what Shudo means. Where did you hear it? From the sounds of it, somebody told you about it, but I don't remember hearing a quirk like that before. Izuku smiles at him, sadly but surely. I think I heard it from a dream, from a great man whose name no one would ever know. And just like that, it's over as Izuku leaves. All Might still has a confused look on his face, but soon he too follows and leaves the Todoroki home. As for Shudo, dreams, huh? Fuyumi turns at him curiously. What was that, Shudo? What were you two talking about? I don't know. Shudo answers her with all honesty. Because as far as he could see, Midoriya was indeed telling him the truth when he said that, which made absolutely no sense. But still, from the melancholy yet happy way Midoriya said those words, it apparently was the source of the other teenager's strength. Remembering those flames though, so warm and welcoming. Perhaps, I'm looking at this the wrong way. Shudo whispers this to himself. Maybe, it's just a matter of finding my own dreams, beyond the shackles Endeavor has put on me. Apparently having heard that, Fuyumi pats him on the head once, before giving him a hug. Good for you, little brother. I'm happy that today happened. Letting himself return the affectionate gesture, Shudo answers. Yeah, me too, Fuyumi. Chapter 5. Explosion. Rage and fire is beneath Katsuki's fingertips, and it is the result of only one person. Midoriya Izuku. That BSRD. To think that Katsuki had been so blind. The signs were all there. Deku's evasiveness over the past few years after classes, the sudden absence of those nerdy notebooks when Katsuki knew. He knew that Deku hadn't given up his stupid dream. How had Katsuki missed this? And how the F had Deku pulled wool over everyone's eyes for so long? And the gossip-mongering that had started once Katsuki returned to school didn't help at all with Katsuki's burning temper. And when people started milling around him like crows coming down on a fresh corpse? Hey Katsuki! I was shocked when I saw the news. To think that Quirkless Deku's not really Dash. Yeah, how was it like to be in that? I was from several blocks away and I still saw that pillar of fire. Man, you're lucky you weren't incinerated Dash. Something snaps. Shut the F up. Katsuki roars, causing everyone in the room to jump before they, in turn, realized that it was just Bakugo being Bakugo again and returned to what they were doing before. As for the unimportant group of nobodies whose names Katsuki never even bothered to remember, as one they made a face of disgust, probably realizing that Katsuki had no intention to talk about what happened the other day. Man, you're such a bore, you know that? If I had been the one in the middle of that, I would have happily told everyone about it. Yeah, right? It had been so exciting too, but ugh, I should have realized Bakugo would be Bakugo. Fighting off the memories of dirty liquid trying to force itself down his throat, choking and slowly killing him inside bit by bit, Katsuki makes a few warning miniature explosions come out of his hands. Just leave me alone already, shitheads. I have no patience for all of your collective bullshit. And just like that, Katsuki is left alone again to simmer in his anger. This goes on for a while, with Katsuki just progressively getting angrier and angrier before he is snapped out of his thoughts by the afternoon bell, alerting him to the fact that the day had already ended. He glances at the empty seat behind him. Where the f are you, Deku? 2 weeks. 2 long and damnable weeks. And Deku still wasn't back in the classroom. No, not only that, Katsuki still hadn't seen any hide nor hair of Deku, even when he had tried to check the Midoriya apartment. Apparently, immediately after the incident, something had prompted the Midoriyas to empty it and move somewhere else, and considering how Katsuki remembered just how both the Bakugo and Midoriya homes were buried in reporters not too long ago, Katsuki honestly couldn't blame Inkoba-chan for that. Kind she may be, she had always been weak to pressure like Fang Deku. She probably hadn't been able to handle all of the attention and decided to move both herself and Deku into someplace quiet. Katsuki's own mother though? Katsuki could blame her, especially when it was clear to him that his parents still kept contact with the Midoriyas. What do you mean with that? I know, but I won't tell you, you old hag? The old hag Mitsuki only gives him a dry look. It means that I won't tell you, Katsuki. In the first place, why do you even want to talk to them? You've never been sociable with Inko, and from what I've heard, Izuku really deserves to have some time away from you. That's none of your effing business, Beach. It is my effing business, considering that this is Inko, my closest friend since forever, and Izuku who for all accounts could be counted as a godson of mine. Mitsuki is nothing but serious as she says this, before a tired expression makes its way to her face as she apparently begins to remember all the things the teachers had told her about. Katsuki just, but why would you do something like that? Did I really raise you so badly that you've become like this? Katsuki just grits his teeth at that, becoming quiet. For a moment, Mitsuki lets him stay just like that, before she shakes her head and breaks the silence. I will pass on a message to them, saying that you want to talk. However, Mitsuki raises a finger just as Katsuki raises his head again. This means absolutely nothing, as it'll be entirely their choice if they'll let you. Inko probably wouldn't. She was just as horrified as me when she found out about everything. But Izuku's different and a lot more forgiving, so maybe you'll get your chance. Just don't mess it up, brat. And just like that, Katsuki was left to only wait. To wait and endure the slowly increasing attention being placed on him by both his classmates and teachers, their curiosity starting to get better of them as the days passed and the other person involved with the muddy incident remained absent. Deku, you better come and talk to me soon, you nerd. The days continue to pass. When Katsuki finally meets Deku again, it's already been a month since the incident which led to Deku becoming internationally famous. At this point, Katsuki is near snapping from all of the attention he keeps receiving from everyone, as though he knew where Deku was, that little sheet. So when the reunion actually happens, Katsuki thinks that his reaction is completely warranted. It all begins with Katsuki doing some errands for the homeroom teacher. After all, while Katsuki won't deny the fact that his own personality is more like a delinquent than an honor student, behavior-wise Katsuki mostly pursued the path of said honor student, if only so that his school record was fit for becoming a hero. This meant running errands for the teachers from time to time, as well as never skimping off after-class duties whenever it was his turn, but overall Katsuki considered it to be time well spent. After all, from what he heard, it wasn't too far off for what sidekicks did for their respective heroes. Better get into practice now and all that. However, as Bakugo is about to knock on the door of the faculty room, he tenses when he hears a voice speak an equally familiar nickname. Is Kaken still at class, sensei? If you mean to avoid him while you're here, then yes. Your homeroom teacher is keeping him busy, from what I've heard. Katsuki's anger spikes at that. So don't worry about him. You'll have your transfer process be done in no time flat, I promise. Transfer? Deku was getting transferred? Without even daring to talk to him? Deku is in the middle of saying, no, not the dash, when Katsuki blasts the demon door open. But before Katsuki's leap for the green-haired boy reaches its destination, Katsuki suddenly finds himself plucked by the scruff like a ruffled kitten. Deku, huh? Katsuki flails indignantly at his captor, as well at the direction of a wide-eyed Deku and the school principal, but once he hears the voice of the person behind him the fight leaves him like a discarded shell. So, this is how Bakugo Katsuki is like. My young man, you're certainly not making a good second impression here. Katsuki turns his head slowly towards the one and only number one hero. All Might. His captor only shakes his head at him disapprovingly. Bakugo Shounen, that was a foolhardy thing you just did now. If I hadn't recognized you as quickly as I had just now, you might have found yourself embedded 3 inches deep in that wall over there, young man. All Might then sets him back down, Katsuki's legs feeling weak beneath him when he is once again on his feet. Come on now, Bakugo Shounen. Apologize to your principal and Midoriya-kun at this instant. Not only have you burst in here with complete disregard for our privacy, you have also destroyed school property. Do you really want to have that kind of mark on your record? With the sensation of as though he has been just smacked in the head with a bat, Katsuki turns to both Deku and the principal, and then a little weakly, sorry? At that, the school principal recovers his balance, and in an instant, the old man has fixed his tie as he turns to All Might. All Might? I'll be at work over at my office now. I believe I have to get these papers processed, if what you have just told me is true. Katsuki's gaze never leaves the principal as he moves to leave the room, and when the door falls apart behind him, All Might places his hand over his face. Well, that certainly doesn't bode well. Bakugo Shounen, I'd expect your mother Mitsuki would get another call to her sometime soon. All Might knew Katsuki's mother? By her first name at that? When Katsuki had broken down that door, he hadn't expected that he'd find himself in some kind of twilight zone where All Might apparently acted as a bodyguard for Deku of all people, with his mother and possibly even his father talking to professional heroes behind his back. Katsuki could have probably just stood there for a long time, just plainly uncomprehending, but then a familiar voice calls him back to reality once more. Kaken. Right. He had been mad at Deku, right? Yeah, that had been the case, ever since the incident. But there was another thing too, another thought that is getting away from him in this moment, but no matter what Katsuki did he couldn't. He sees a cat made out of golden flames float just above Deku's shoulder, and just like that, it all comes back with a slam. Dash. Before Katsuki could fully regain the momentum of his anger though, All Might suddenly clears his throat behind him. Ahem, Bokugu Shounen? Red All Might. Just how had Katsuki forgotten the humongous man's presence again? All Might, Deku turns to the symbol of peace, the very image of calm. It is absolutely against Katsuki's image of the other teenager. Considering this was All Might, wasn't Deku an even bigger hero nerd than Katsuki? And just how did he know All Might in the first place? Kaken and I have to talk. In private. Could you? Deku meaningfully glances at the doorway the principal just went through, the door now completely off its hinges. I think the school might need a little help with replacing that? You could help, and while you, do that, Kaken and I could just talk. Wait, did Deku just ask All Might to act like a common repairman just so he could talk to Katsuki? Katsuki couldn't believe his ears. All Might, for all that a certain other fire-wielding hero might have taken the request as a personal insult, only gazes at Deku seriously. Are you sure, Midoriya-kun? Deku nods. It's entirely why I wanted to go with you today, All Might. I always planned on talking with Kaken. All Might closes his eyes for a moment, and soon he smiles a little proudly. If you say so. Within a minute, All Might too has left the office, all the while carrying the battered door on his shoulders. The image of the man whistling lackadaisically as he leaves is something that Katsuki would never forget. Once the whistling has reduced to a mere murmur, Deku turns back to Katsuki, a serious look on his face. Kaken, here's not private enough. Let's go to the roof. And with everything that has just happened, Katsuki lets Deku pull him to the direction of the rooftop. When they are finally at the rooftop, that is when Katsuki gets his sheet back together. All Might had essentially caused his mind to crash earlier, with how unexpected his presence had been, but, yeah, in retrospect, Katsuki should have realized that Deku, the little sheet, could have been lucky enough to be considered worth All Might's time. Setting aside those flames, that quirk, with how the incident reached international news, it was an acceptable possibility that All Might had been called in to meet Deku. With that thought in mind, Katsuki manages to fully shake off the little bits of hysteria that had formed in his chest when All Might had first made his presence known, and with Deku locking the rooftop door behind them, Katsuki knows that he will get what he has wanted for all this time. Deku and him are finally alone. So, Kaken. Deku begins a little awkwardly, his back leaning on the roof's chain fence. How's it been going? At Deku's words, at the way that he spoke like he didn't know just what Katsuki had been going through while he was gone, part of Katsuki just wants to rage. And indeed, that had been Katsuki's initial response in that office, that had been what Katsuki had imagined this conversation might go every day while he had been waiting for Deku to come back, but with everything that just happened earlier, somehow, while the rage is still there, it isn't as all-consuming as it had been. So instead of yelling and interrogating Deku then and there, Katsuki begins with, "Shitty. Just where the hell have you effing been, Deku?" He flinches at that, the nerd. The professional heroes took me and my mom in after that incident, and while there's more to it than just that, I was. Yeah. Deku rubs the back of his neck, and Katsuki sighs. Looks like he was the one who needed to be up front here after all. Your quirk. Deku straightens at that. What is it? What is its name? Deku takes a deep breath, clearly psyching himself up, before he answers, Phoenix Flames. And just like that, without any further prompting from Katsuki, Deku explains and explains. Katsuki had called Deku a nerd for a reason, and right now, it shows because Deku is now detailing dozens and dozens of observations and potential uses for his absurdly powerful quirk the same way he did for Katsuki's, and though Katsuki knows that he'll be rolling all this information around his head later on, right now that isn't what he's interested in. Deku, tell me. Deku blinks at that, pausing from his unending talking about the healing capabilities of his quirk. Damn it, Deku really hit the jackpot there, didn't he? Only to ask confusedly, but Kaken, aren't I already telling you dash? You're telling me bullshit. Katsuki says bluntly, and before Deku could get any more confused, he continues, that quirk of yours, those flames. You've been hiding them, haven't you? For the longest time, You've been training them behind everyone else's back. A gulp, and then Deku is disbelieving. Kakin, you actually think I had hid dash? You can't tell me bullshit about this flames of yours being easy to control and have me actually believe it, Deku. Katsuki raises his voice for the first time since they've come up on this rooftop, and Deku winces at his loud voice. And I know you. Hiding away every afternoon ever since we were kids, picking up all those exercises behind my back, writing notes about heroes over and over and pretending that you didn't want to be a hero anymore dash. Deku's eyes are wide. Kakin, you actually noticed? Of course I've noticed, Deku. Katsuki yells, tightening up his hands into fists. We've known each other since we were kids. I know you, and I knew you wouldn't give up that easily. That's why you keep driving me so mad, but of course, I hadn't really thought about that so seriously because I thought you were quirkless and now. Katsuki looks away. Now, I've just found that all that's a lie, Deku. And that you're still lying to me, to everyone who now knows your quirk. Everyone. Tell me, was that day your revenge for everything I did to you? Did you really hide away your quirk all this time, just to show me up, just to lead to this specific outcome where you are now the protagonist of your own story while I had been your little damsel in distress? A moment of silence, and then, Kakin. All right. I'll tell you the truth. Katsuki turns to meet Deku's gaze once more, and when he sees those eyes, they are blazing. A yellow tint has ignited Deku's usual emerald irises, and now despite it being bright with the light of the afternoon, Deku almost glows with an aura that suddenly suffuses his entire being. It's true that I haven't told anyone everything about my quirk, but that's because it's all so unbelievable. Tears actually form in Deku's eyes, dripping down his cheeks. Even I sometimes still doubt it, no matter how real it feels to me. So just trust me when I say that the only reason why I still hide some things is because I just can't find a way to put them in words. There is a secret to my control, yes, but it's just a secret that is both difficult and painful to tell, and I don't know where to begin with it. But when it comes to you, Kakin? Deku rubs away the moisture from his eyes, and Katsuki takes a step forward. It was never a lie, you know. I never hated you. All I just wanted was to be your friend, to be accepted as your equal. So please trust me when I say that before that day, I couldn't summon my flames, that I didn't hide them from you or anyone just because. Deku pleads, please, Kakin, believe me. There is another moment of silence, the air amped up with the warmth of Deku's flames, and when Katsuki is finally about to break it, finally about to decide what he wants to say. Oh, well, what do we have here? A perfect stage set, with two potential assistants to my show. Both Katsuki and Deku swing their head to the side, where a single figure wearing an ostentatious coat stood on the roof fence. The figure swings the cane on his hands to his shoulder, and though Katsuki couldn't see his face with that mask, amusement practically swirls around the stranger. Who are you, and how dare you butt into this? Katsuki speaks first, his words sharp and cutting. Deku, on the other hand, has a different reaction. Kakin, no, he is Dash. Oh, how rude of me to not introduce myself. But first your names. The stranger snaps his right hand towards Katsuki's direction, the glove making a clear noise. Bakugo Katsuki, quirk, explosion. Currently famous for being rescued that afternoon during the muddy incident. Personality, coarse and brash, but highly intelligent. Wants to be number one at all costs. His left hand this time, still gloved, at Deku's next potential assistant. Midoriya Izuku, quirk, Phoenix Flames. Also famous due to the muddy incident, currently deemed to be person of highest interest in both underground and public worlds. And should I say, thank you for providing me with all of that information earlier? I do so hate being impolite, but eavesdropping your conversation earlier told me everything I need to know. He then bows, doves inexplicably popping out of nowhere behind his back with a burst of smoke. But yes, I digress, my own introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mr. Compress, and I'll be stealing the both of you from this place shortly. I hope you take care of me. Stealing them? Kakin, he's a villain. One of them nearly kidnapped me in the past, and after that, we had to move after they almost took away Mom. We have to defend ourselves. A large hawk made out flames flies from Deku towards Mr. Compress. Fly, Falco. Mr. Compress only meets the incoming attack by stretching out his palm, and moments just before it is about to hit him, it then disappears with a loud pop. A small marble falls to the ground, being all that was left of Deku's construct. My, what a warm welcome. Katsuki and Deku both tense at that, Katsuki finally getting himself into a combat-ready pose. This would clearly be a great performance, I can tell. Katsuki answers by lobbing an explosion towards the villain's way. As their fight goes underway, Katsuki figures out one thing quickly. Mr. Compress? Slippery as a fing eel on butter, combined with the overall sliminess of a fing. Because that is exactly how the villain is acting like now, easily dodging and avoiding their attacks while throwing back half-baked praises and compliments that makes Katsuki want to take a shower as soon as all of this is done. Magnificent, magnificent. Indeed, it's a pity that you two are both on the side of the heroes, but we'll change that soon enough, I believe. Katsuki really wanted to punch the man through his stupid mask then and there, but as it was, Katsuki had already been injured in a previous attempt. After all, with how Compress had easily been either avoiding or disappearing their attacks with that quirk of his, Katsuki had tried to use the distraction one of Deku's animals had provided to get in a sucker punch. Only to have a marble thrown at him and have him suddenly finding himself on the other side of one of his own explosions. It had only been Deku's flames that saved him from being captured then and there. Damn it, if only I had a way to nail this fucker down. Flame circus. Deku yells, and Mr. Compress leaps away once more from a series of hoops that Deku made out of his flames. Judging from the clear smugness radiating from the villain as he jumped through the hoops, Mr. Compress found the attack amusing and not at all that worrying, but then Deku slammed his hands together and Compress found all the hoops converging around him. What the dash? The hoops had joined together around Compress in a spherical show of fire, and try as the villain might, he couldn't escape, not with how it was all rapidly spinning in all directions around Compress. I've been trying to figure out your quirk, and I think I've figured out its weakness. Deku says, looking like the image of focus as his hands clamped to one another. Your quirk works by letting you compress things that you touch into small marbles, but its weakness is both its short range and the fact that you can't use it on yourself. Like this, that cage is now hot enough that it'll burn you even if you use those fire-retardant gloves of yours. Exactly at that moment, Compress has to pull his hand back from his cage, and with you trapped within it, you won't be able to compress it like before to escape. Give up, all might is with us in this building. Mr. Compress's next words are with grudging respect as the villain tips his top hat. I must say, I really shouldn't have underestimated you like earlier. But aren't you making a mistake here? I mean, by making that assumption of my abilities. Katsuki's eyes go wide when the man spins into a marble, with a small device clearly spilling out from where the hat had been to catch the falling marble, shooting it straight out of the cage and then over Deku's head. Aren't you also underestimating me? Mr. Compress reforms over Deku, and within an instant, Deku is then trapped into a small marble beneath Compress's hand. Deku! The flames disappear, and the device from Compress's hat falls down to the ground. Mr. Compress walks up to it, before dusting it off and returning it to his hat. A magician always has an ace in his hat after all. Looks like you need a better way to capture me than that. Now then, Mr. Compress turns back to Katsuki, setting back the top hat on his head. I believe if he's got one thing right, it'll be the fact that I've wasted too much time around here. With all might around, I can't be dallying any further, so if you would please. Katsuki is already charging, explosions propelling him towards the villain. Give back the effing nerd. Mr. Compress makes an amused noise at the brainless attack, but as he is about to capture Katsuki, a hand taps over his shoulder. He looks up and suddenly, hello, I believe you have someone that I care for? All was pain. The entire thing ends almost anticlimactically. Once All Might had knocked out Compress in a single blow, the police suddenly began swarming the school with such efficiency that Katsuki almost forgot how all of this would inevitably end up in the news again with how public it was turning out to be. Apparently, after they had called in the police, someone had videotaped most of the battle. Katsuki knows that he is going to regret all of this soon. After almost biting off the ear of one of the policemen, really, to try and put a shock blanket on him of all people, the only balm to Katsuki's soul was that at least Deku had been the one to be victimized by a villain's quirk this time around instead of him. That was one less humiliation off his back, at least. So, Deku turns to him, once All Might freaking All Might had finished mothering over him with promises of continued mothering by one Midoriya Inko. Today didn't exactly end like any of us expected, huh, Kaken? Katsuki closes his eyes for a second. Earlier, Deku, you mentioned how there was a previous kidnapping attempt on you. And then later, there was another one to Aunt Inko? Deku chuckles sheepishly at that, glancing nervously under his shock blanket at the officers around them. Yes, that. Please, keep it secret? All Might and the police had successfully managed to keep it all under wraps too. They would probably get mad at me if they found out somebody else found out, even if it was you. While Katsuki might feel a little insulted at that, as though he was going to tell anyone about any secrets, what his thoughts focus on is more on how there had been previous incidents, and how his parents likely knew about it too. Perhaps there were even NDAs involved. So this is why they never told Katsuki about it, why they didn't want to let Katsuki talk to Deku. Of course, knowing the old hag, Bakugo Mitsuki probably kept this bit of knowledge away from him just because, but then there was another thing that stuck out to him. Earlier, when you spoke to All Might, you mentioned how you didn't need to be here at school today just to get transferred out. Transferred out? Now that made total sense. If Deku really had this big a target on his back, then leaving him in a public school was out of question. You mentioned you were only here because you wanted to talk to me. Deku perks up at that. Yeah, I heard Kaken was asking after me from Mom, so I wanted to go today, since All Might was going to be the one to expedite the process and I could only go out with him around. Of course, we still ended up getting attacked, so I don't know how that's going to change. Damn it. Katsuki curses to himself softly at that. This great big idiot. So you mean to tell me it was entirely my fault that this happened? Deku blinks for a second before he begins wildly shaking his head. Of course not. If anything, it was my fault for being such a big target dash. All I wanted was to be your friend, to be your equal. Please, Kaken, believe me. Katsuki really wants to laugh, but he can't. Not now, not ever. Not even with how he has to fight down the urge to both laugh and cry at the same time. Deku, you're a terrible liar. Now, Deku is affronted. Kaken, I'm not lying. Really, it's all my fault that we dash. Not that, you idiot. Deku had always been a terrible liar. Katsuki could always see through his lies, and when he said those words earlier, when he said that despite all of Katsuki's mistreatment and discrimination, all he had wanted was to become his friend and equal. Deku hadn't lied, nor had he lied about hiding away his quirk. All he said was the truth. Well then, Katsuki really had misjudged Deku there, hadn't he? Today I've been useless. Powerless. Katsuki begins, and Deku shuts up at what was probably not very Katsuki of him to say. Even when that FING compress was trying to capture us, I hadn't been able to do anything. Just like I had been unable to do anything against that muddy. Deku looks both confused and displeased. Don't say that, Kaken. You've always been amazing, an inspiration to me and Dash. He promptly shuts up with a yelp when Katsuki gives him a headbutt. Shut up, Deku, I wasn't finished. Katsuki growls at the other teenager for a moment before he continues with his previous speech. But if I want to be the next number one, obviously I can't have that. The number one hero never loses to villains after all. So for that, I need to get stronger, and for that I have to go to Yui. And you, Deku? Katsuki pokes at Deku's forehead, making the other teenager's eyes cross as they followed his pointer finger. Knowing you, you'd probably sign up for Yui too. It's the best of hero schools out there, and probably nothing but it would be enough to protect your pansy little but from all those kidnappers after it. Deku seems to know where this is going. Kaken, are you? Get stronger, third. If you really want me to accept you as my equal, get stronger, so much stronger like I would be so that even if anybody comes after your little but all they'll just get is a good little beating. And when you do get stronger, meet me at Yui then. Let's see if you can really become my friend. There are tears now in Deku's eyes, and soon, the other boy is leaping to wrap his arms around Katsuki. Kakin. Ak, get off me, you nerd. You'll ruin my uniform with those tears of yours. Get back before I blast you to smithereens. Uawa. Meanwhile, not too far away, All Might smiles proudly at the reconciliation between the two childhood friends. Chapter 6, Bomb. Their new life begins at 6 am. Inko smiles as her son rises with the sun, coming down from his upstairs bedroom to eat sunny-side-up eggs only to be followed by Toshinori. She laughs when Izuku yawns, still half asleep and with bits of egg left on his face, but he becomes much more awake once Inko wipes him clean. Morning, Izuku. Izuku shakes his head for a second, chuckling sheepishly, Morning, Mom. Toshinori-san, on the other hand, takes a little more effect to fully wake up. For all that the man was All Might, the symbol of peace and #1 hero, there was one enemy the man couldn't ever seem to be able to beat, and those were mornings like this. Inko sets down a cup of coffee for the man, cream and sugar like Toshinori liked it, especially now that his stomach could actually tolerate the heavenly drink, and with his eyes still shut and his head face down on the dining table, Toshinori for a moment gropes blindly before his hands finally find the mug. Mug found, Toshinori finally raises his head to tip it into his lips. And once that is done, Toshinori slams his face back onto the table. Inko giggles at the sight. Setting aside the whole thing how this had happened because they were targets and it was necessary, Inko could think quietly to herself that all of this was almost worth it just to see this very private and vulnerable state of her son's personal hero. Very few could ever see All Might this way, and as far as Inko is concerned, she'll be happy to keep it that way. Good morning, Inko-san. Toshinori finally murmurs, his eyes fluttering open once the caffeine finally kicks in. He then turns to the also giggling Izuku, his following words resigned, Am I really that amusing, Midoriya-kun? Izuku, Toshinori-san. Inko's son frowns at his personal hero's formality. Izuku. I'm going to be one of your teachers in Yui, Midoriya-kun. Toshinori replies, though with a little smile that he can't seem to quite hide. It would be improper if I were to refer to you so informally in public, especially if we want to hide how you would be my successor. Toshinori-san, let Izuku at least have this in private. Inko pats the man's shoulder as she hands him the soy sauce for his eggs. You know just how much he would love it if you were to call him so familiarly. Izuku respects you so much. Toshinori glances away from Inko to see Izuku blushing a deep red as he tries to hide his face behind his bacon. With a hearty chuckle, the man shakes his head before he then smiles. All right, for my #1 fan then. Izuku. It causes a little panic when that makes Izuku choke on his breakfast, but once that particular stumbling point is cleared, the rest of the morning goes on perfectly and without any problem. If only things could go like this forever, Inko thinks as she listens contentedly to her son and Toshinori exchanging quips over the breakfast table. 8 am, once everyone is fed and nourished, they all prepare to leave the Yagi house. Inko has needled her way into getting included with the boys' training, and while Toshinori was initially hesitant to give her exercises to do, Izuku is only happy to support in this particular endeavor of hers. Part of her thinks it's because of how she was almost kidnapped herself before they moved in with Toshinori, and that this is her son's way of helping her learn how to defend herself even without her having Izuku's phoenix flames, but as far as Inko is concerned, the only important thing is that Inko can maximize her time around her boys, Izuku and Toshinori both. Izuku, because of her previous incapability to help him through what had been an arduous childhood experience, to think that Mitsuki's son was capable of doing that to her Izuku, Inko is still a little shocked, and Toshinori, because for all he was a grown man, Toshinori was still like a child in quite a few aspects that mattered. Like recklessness for one, Inko thinks as she passes her towel to the symbol of peace. Toshinori-sen, do you really need to push yourself that hard? Izuku asks worriedly from Toshinori as the man makes a few hacking coughs as he tries to fill his lungs with air again. No surprise since Toshinori had, after all, done a 5-mile run without the benefits of one for all. I mean, you're already so strong. I'm the symbol of peace, Izuku. I shouldn't have limits, especially now that I'm finally recovering from these old injuries of mine. Izuku looks like he wants to say more, but Inko only clears her throat to garner both of their attention. Tashinori raises his head to see Inko with her phone clearly out, and with how the man's eyes go dreadfully wide, it is quite clear to him what she is doing. And with that, it's recorded. Inko stops her phone's video recording, snapping it closed before she then dangles it before Tashinori's eyes. Now, you see this, Tashinori-san? Tashinori nods in complete horror. You see, I've been getting to know Chiyo-san better these days, and did she tell me how frustrated she gets when you exert yourself like this? And now, as I'm not blind, it's quite clear to me that you're rather terrified of Recovery Girl when she is like that, so if you don't want me sending this video to her this instant. Inko doesn't smile. Instead, she bares her teeth. Stop pushing yourself like this before you dig yourself into your own grave, Tashinori. Both males in front of her look at her in awe, and when Tashinori looks down with a scolded puppy face and a murmur of, "How is it that all of the important women in my life are so terrifying?" Izuku laughs with a tad bit too much amusement for how his mentor is being blackmailed. Is this what SDSM is like? Because I'm probably not making the best example to my son right now. Inko thinks that to herself again before she turns around and resumes her own jogging. On second thought though, she doesn't regret it one bit. 10 o'clock. Once everyone has gone through a quick healing session, courtesy of Izuku's Phoenix Flames and mainly just to aid muscle growth without everyone feeling aches for the rest of the day, Inko changes out of her workout clothes to her more usual clothing. Once that is done, she meets Izuku and Tashinori downstairs before they all leave the Yagi house again, and their destination? A nearby hospital. Did Recovery Girl pass on to you the list of patients you'd be working on, Izuku? Inko turns to her son as he murmurs under his breath at something on his phone. You've been busy with that for a while now. Izuku snaps out of his muttering to look up at her. Not that, Mom. Though I won't deny that this might be related, I'm not sure really. See? Izuku turns the phone to show her what is on the screen, and Inko gasps once she sees pictures of several cars in ruins. Earlier today, while we were exercising, a villain with a speed quirk did some stunts in the middle of a highway near us. Ingenium managed to catch him, but not before there were people who got caught in the crossfire, went unsaid. Izuku's dejected expression is a point of interest, but Inko knows these two people well enough to know that her son isn't the first person she should be talking to. Instead, Tashinori-san, it's not your fault. The symbol of peace looks up from where he had obviously been talking himself down in a downward spiral of guilt and self-blame. Inko-san, if I had been there then things could have ended the same way. Don't you think it would be a bit presumptuous of you to assume that just because you are there, nobody would ever get hurt? Even you have your limits. Tashinori looks slapped for a moment, and Inko forges on. And you were busy. You didn't know. But if I had rushed there as soon as it started happening then what? Inko continues to challenge. Remember, we were in the middle of exercising, and you were driving yourself ragged just earlier. Even Izuku's flames can't heal exhaustion, you know. You could have just barged in there tired and useless as opposed of being actual help. Tashinori goes silent at that, looking scolded, and so that's when Inko finally turns back to her son. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku only shakes his head, his gaze not leaving Tashinori's form. I'm fine, Mom. A little sad for that all of this actually happened, I guess. Do you think that I'll be healing some of these crash victims? Inko imagines just what kind of injuries might result from a car accident, and soon she has to fight to keep her face from going green. The injuries she imagined? She would really be happier to have her son never have to see them, but as it was, with all of the time they spent around hospitals these days, Inko herself had already been well introduced to the kind of panic and desperation medical emergencies gave. If there really were people who needed healing, and only her son, her Izuku with his Phoenix Flames that could even rebuild ruptured organs and fix broken bones, could provide it, she wouldn't be surprised if the doctors and Recovery Girl were to break hospital regulations just so Izuku could, and Izuku would always take them up on that offer. She fights to keep a smile on her face. Let's just head to the hospital now and see for ourselves, shall we? Let's see if we're lucky and nobody really got that hurt. When the three of them arrive to the hospital and they find out that the news had apparently over-exaggerated the casualties with how there were only a few people who got hurt, and with only a few gashes and bruises at that. Inko heaves a sigh of relief, and Toshinori begins to look a little less guilty, though no less contemplative. Not today, world. Not today. 10:30. They arrive at the usual clinic hidden deep within the hospital, and when they get there, it's to the sight of Recovery Girl quietly talking to a small assembly of patients, most of them covered with a large number of bandages. Behind her, Tsukachi's controlled expression, a sign of the man hiding his boredom, changes into a smile once he sees them coming. "Ah, here you are, Midoriya-kun." Tsukachi calls out as he walks up to them, referring to Izuku first as a practiced way of indirectly introducing Inko's son to his future patients. After Tsukachi gives Izuku a quick pat on the shoulder, he then turns to Inko and Toshinori. "Inko-sen, All Might. Good to see you again, both of you." The Midoriya mother and son chorus. "Good morning to you, Tsukachi Keiji." Toshinori politely ignores the attention suddenly being sent his way by the patients, having transformed back to All Might as soon as they entered the hospital. "Good morning to you too, Tsukachi-kun. So these are the people Midoriya-kun would be healing today." "Yeah, and as usual, we've made them sign the necessary NDAs." The detective nods his head, before a small smile makes its way to his face as he then whispers, "I think this batch would be the easiest so far. With all of our previous sessions, Recovery Girl believes that she has streamlined the process for qualifying which patients would respond best to Midoriya-kun's method of healing." Inko tilts her head at that. "Like what?" "Probably something along the lines of cellular damage and degradation, Mom." Izuku is the one who answers, his eyes not leaving the patients. "From what I've personally experienced, while I can't help at all when it comes to things like infections or cancers, injuries both new and old is what my flames work best." Hearing the forlorn note in her son's voice, Inko begins to rub little circles on her Izuku's back. Izuku really hadn't handled it well when he found out that little bit about cancer. Which is precisely the sort of patients that we have here now. Recovery Girl inserts herself into the conversation, and that is when Inko knows that the healing session is about to begin. "Come on now, everyone. This is Midoriya Izuku. I believe you've all heard of him from the news." One of the patients, a man with the upper right half of his face covered in bandages, raises a shaky left hand. Inko's eyes follow the man's shoulders, switching from his left to his right, coming down to his right forearm and, "So, is it true? That you can heal people? That you can give back my right arm and right eye?" That she winces at the stump that she sees. Izuku's response to the question is a bigger reaction than what she expects. Izuku practically leaps to the injured man's side, a horrified look on his face as what can only be called recognition seeps into his voice. "You're one too, the punching hero. You've been missing from the hero boards for weeks. All of us, your fans, thought for the worst." A grim expression flickers its way to the faces of all the heroes in the room, and Inko pales when she realizes who this man before her is. A pro-hero. A former one, after one villain attacked too many. One too has tears form in his visible eye, the man clearly holding back a sob with the way he bites his lips. "Boy, I'm sorry, but that name's about to be abandoned now. With these injuries and my H-hand, it'll be impossible for me to go on." The other patients in the room look down at that, and Inko's horror goes on when she considers one possibility. How many of these people are former pro-heroes? How many of Izuku's previous patients had been those he looked up to? For a moment, Izuku is silent, but soon his hands ignite in golden flames as a look of determination forms in his eyes. The flames immediately fill the secluded clinic with warmth and light, and as the injured patients gaze at her son in awe, Izuku speaks. No. He starts off with a soft voice, only for his words to gain more and more volume with every single syllable that leaves his lips. "I won't let this be the end, not for all of you. I've been given these flames for one purpose, and that is to stop pain like this from ever happening again, not while I'm around." The flames begin to spread from Izuku, jumping from patient to patient in a continuous flow. For a moment, one, two, and the rest of the patients flinch at the fire that begins liking at their injuries, But then their eyes begin to grow wide as the effects of Izuku's phoenix flames begin to set in. It might itch a lot, but please endure the urge to move. Recovery Girl's voice is calm and composed, working as a beacon of guidance to all of the patients. After all, while she couldn't heal their injuries, not with the severity they had, she still had their trust, and it's that trust that they need now. You'll also feel really tired and hungry shortly, but that's normal. Your bodies are merely consuming the building blocks they need to fix your injuries with Midoriya-kun's help. 1-2, who had closed his eye through most of the process in an effort to keep himself from scratching at his everything, blinks when the warmth stops. That is, not with just one eye anymore, but with two. He raises a hand at the upper right corner of his face, and it is only when it pulls away covered with the ashes that used to be his bandages that he realizes that not only has his vision fully recovered, it isn't his left hand that is leaving his face and dash. My God, it's true. Tears begin to form from his eyes once more, as well as in the eyes of the other patients around him when they are all finally hit by the fact of how they were all whole. My arm, my eye, it's all back. It's all back. I can be a hero again. Inko can't help but cry for them too, when she sees them all rejoice and begin grabbing anyone close enough for a hug, just gaping and screaming in joy at their healed states. As for All Might, he catches Izuku just in time when the boy sags in exhaustion, having obviously spent all of his energy healing this many in one go. Beside them, Recovery Girl shakes her head. If Izuku had treated them one by one, then he wouldn't have tired himself out so quickly, but she too can't hold back the proud smile that is forming on her cheeks. When the rejoicing begins to subside, that is finally when 1-2 notices something odd. Setting his two arms side to side, it quickly becomes obvious that his newly recovered arm was far, far whiter than his other one. Rubbing his hand across his face also revealed that there was a distinct difference too with the skin there. Part of his face felt both absurdly smooth and tender, like that of a newborn babe. My flames can reconstruct damage like that from scratch, but skin takes more focus to heal properly and in order. That's why it looks and feels so different than normal skin. He turns to see Izuku looking at him. The boy, looking apologetic, even made him Tsukachi take a sip from an energy drink. Think of it like a scar. It'll probably fade away in time, but it'll most likely take months or even years before that. 1-2 only shakes his head, a wide grin forming on his lips. What are you saying, kiddo? You just freaking gave me back my life. If this is going to be something like a scar, it would be something I'll be happy to bear. That way, when people ask me about it, I can tell them, this was when this boy gave me back my career. About that. Tsukachi interrupts, causing the man to frown. Remember the NDAs? 1-2 looks like he wants to say something against that, but All Might stops the incoming argument before it even starts. But don't worry, we're not holding you all to silence forever. Only up until Midoriya-kun here is a student of Yui. That way, those who might target him would only know about this gift of his when he is already on his way to becoming a hero. At that, 1-2 turns back to looking at Izuku in both awe and hope. You're going to become a pro hero too, kid? Tired as he was, Izuku manages to nod. Why yeah, 1-2. It's always been my dream to become one. Inko's heart soars with pride when the pro hero before her says, consider me in your debt forever, kid. Me and my agency will never forget this good deed that you have done for us. Call for us anytime and we'll be there to help. Our connections and networks are yours. When you grow up, we'll help you become a hero beyond any other. Midoriya Izuku. 2 p.m., the day isn't even close to over, yet Inko's son is already exhausted. And sadly enough, at this point it has become the norm for Inko, try as they might, none of them could ever talk sense into Izuku about burning himself out. At least, today isn't going to be one of those days where an unconscious Izuku would literally have to be dragged out of the hospital. With Recovery Girl leaving with the now healed patients, and Tsukachi sent off to get them all lunch, once more it is only just Inko, her son, and All Might. Once All Might deflates back into Toshinori, both adults turn to the teenager who has a faraway look on his face. Izuku. Inko approaches her son, knowing that this was usually caused by her son's healing sessions. What has you so silent? It snaps her son out of that trance, even if his expression remains closed off. Nothing, Mom. Izuku-kun, don't be like that. Toshinori speaks up, and the mere fact the man used his first name seems to startle Inko's son. Clearly something is bothering you. You can trust us with that kind of thing, you know that, right? Alright. Izuku's eyes are wide, but soon the boy regains his calm, taking a deep breath. Mom, Toshinori-san. To be a pro-hero really is dangerous, isn't it? Of course, after having seen one of his personal icons in that kind of state. Inko herself had been shaken when she had made that realization. How bad must had it been for Izuku to not only see that, but to also see one too having given up on everything? My boy, Toshinori starts off hesitantly, you remember I used to be, right? This shouldn't be new for you, the risks in our line of work dash. No, not that. The danger itself, that I've already accepted since a long time ago. When we had first met only cemented that fact. Izuku only shakes his head, prompting surprise in both adults. He has a sad look on his face when he then says, I was just thinking about those who are always left behind when this kind of thing happens. How it might happen to those I know, how it might happen to me. Toshinori freezes. Inko, on the other hand? In that moment, she imagines the world that Izuku is suggesting, that cold and frigid world where she would lose her son to his dreams forever, permanently. No, don't hesitate in your support, Inko. Not now, not ever. You've always known that might happen. It's only now that somebody has voiced it out. All Might, how many people have you known, have you lost? Izuku sounds so forlorn, once again wearing that same mourning expression that Inko keeps seeing him make these days. It is as though her son has already lost someone, yet how could that be the case? No, this must be just her son's compassion in display. You've been a hero for so many years now, longer than I've even lived. The idea of living that long without everyone I know still beside me is utter hell. How should I ever handle it? Inko keeps quiet at that, knowing that this is not her time. And even if she were to open her mouth, how could she ever answer? She couldn't even comprehend the idea of losing Izuku, much less the thought of working with so many good people, only to lose them later on like Izuku was suggesting. So instead, they both wait for Toshinori, All Might, to speak. When Toshinori finally breaks the silence, it's with a solemn look. That I had a mentor of my own once. A strong woman, she had been my personal hero like I am currently yours, and it was her who passed on to me the torch of one for all. Both Izuku and Inko's eyes go wide, because they didn't know that. Toshinori struggles with his words for a moment, before forging on. She had been everything to me. She was the one who guided me to who I am today, taught me these ideals that have led me to becoming the symbol of peace. She was the mother I never had. Inko has her hands over her mouth now, tears in her eyes as she knows where this is heading. Not even a few months after she gave me her legacy, she died. Toshinori is absolutely pale, obviously haunted by the memories even after so long. She passed on her quirk to me, and one day I was just studying in Yui and the next she was gone. What was left of her had to be buried in a closed casket. That was the extent of what she went through. So yes, I do know how it is to lose people as a hero. After all, before I was even one, I had lost the closest person in my entire life. Izuku tries to speak, Toshinori-san dash. And I wish I can tell you how to handle this kind of thing, but I can't. I don't know how to. Toshinori can't be stopped, can't be interrupted. That's the thing about the symbol of peace, you know? You can't mourn, not anywhere just anybody could see. That invulnerable, unshakable image only needs one counterexample for it to break, so I've never had a chance to confront it properly. Instead, it's always been conceal, conceal, conceal. Just bury it all down and hope it never comes back up again. So sorry about this, Midoriya-kun. I don't know how to answer that for you. For all that Inko had known Yagi Toshinori, he had always been someone she looked up to. And it's not just about his absurd height even in this form of his either. As All Might or not, Toshinori had always been a mentor, not just to Izuku, but to Inko as well. She literally took notes from the man's ways of handling her son, jokes about him being Izuku's second dad aside. But now, Toshinori has never looked so much like all he wanted was to just roll up in a small ball somewhere and hide from the rest of the world. Try as Inko might, what Toshinori said about his image was right. After today, Inko thinks she can't ever see him in the same light as the unstoppable All Might anymore. Not when there was this flawed and entire human Toshinori in front of her. Izuku steps forward, and Inko can't look away. But Toshinori can, as he tries to avoid her son's eyes. But when Izuku leaps forward and holds Toshinori closely for a hug, Toshinori looks shocked. Before he relaxes when Izuku says, half sobbing, "All Might, Toshinori-san, you don't have to. You don't have to know the answer, we can always figure it out together." And before that, Izuku pulls away, a familiar number 1 smile on his face even as tears begin forming in his eyes. "I'll make sure none of us have to. Not anymore. I refuse to ever die before I become a hero like you, and I'll make sure none of you ever get hurt. I swear this on my dying will." Those last 4 words ring in the room, and Inko knows, can taste it in the air that they mean something crucial, something important. But right now, Inko ignores that in favor of joining the hug. Inko could always talk to her son about it later, when Toshinori didn't look so distraught, and when Inko herself is in the throes of emotion just from watching her boys. And when Toshinori lifts his arms around the two of them, completing the set. A bright yellow aura suffuses around all 3 of them, like an oath made into flame. Meanwhile, outside their room, Tsukachi sighs as he puts an arm over his eyes, though not without trying to hide the smile on his face. As he leans on the door, Recovery Girl shakes her head affectionately beside the bento boxes the 2 of them had brought for all 3 inside the room. At this rate, the food will get cold. Midoriya-kun could always heat it up later. Recovery Girl just brushes off the man's complaint, before grinning toothily at the perfect sight of Toshinori being unofficially adopted into the Midoriya family. On a more important note, a picture of them like this might be useful in the future. What do you think is more likely in the near future, Chiyo-san? Toshinori officially becoming Izuku's dad, or as his much older foster brother? Depends on whether Inko's mothering wins against that obvious tension between her and Toshinori. Because really, Toshinori just triggered that kind of maternal instinct from whoever was taking care of his recklessly heroic self. In that case, it would really be hard for Inko to see him in any kind of romantic light. What? You want to make a bet about it, Tsukachi-kun? That's rather sly for someone like you, detective. Pushing himself upright from the door, Tsukachi smirks at Recovery Girl. That's only applies when I'm a detective first and foremost, Chiyo-san. Because right now, I'm Toshinori's friend before I am a police officer, and if I get it just right, maybe I'll also become an honorary uncle. I've always wanted to have a nephew that I could introduce to Kensei anyways. A silence, and then, 0.2000 yen on Inko adopting Toshinori as her son. And Nedzu would probably want to hear about this too. Deal. Chapter 7, Ignite. Izuku has a bad feeling about today. It all begins when All Might declares that the subject of their class that day to be apprehension, that is to say, villain apprehension. With how the idea of sending villains to jail was deeply rooted within the public image of heroes, really there was no surprise to Izuku that at some point this was going to happen, even if the villains in question here would be their own classmates. He didn't have this same feeling in his gut during All Might's previous classes, and those had been eventful on their own, so what was so different now? You look constipated. At that absolutely blunt remark coming from his friend, Izuku snaps out of his brooding to trip over his feet. Thankfully, an arm catches him on time, and so once Todoroki saves him from the misfortune he had almost caused, Izuku pulls away with just a bit of damage to his ego. Shudo-kun, don't begin a conversation with something like that, seriously. Izuku's face feels warm from all the embarrassment, which only gets worse when Shudo tilts his head in confusion. I get that you're not used to talking to people, but, just don't. Shudo nods his head so seriously that Izuku has to sigh. Really? Why was it that most of Izuku's friends were so socially awkward? Not that Izuku was particularly good at the whole talking thing himself. As Izuku is contemplating on the matters of his own social misdemeanors, Shudo speaks again. Well, back to earlier. What was on your mind that had you so distracted? Izuku doesn't really have much reason to keep quiet about his apprehension, so, I just have a bad feeling about today. Like something terrible is going to happen on this trip. Shudo glances away, to look at the bus that the rest of their classmates are already getting on. Really? But we're still keeping to Yui's territory, aren't we? How could something bad happen when we're so surrounded by heroes? Exactly why I'm so confused about it. Izuku looks down, before a thought pops into his head. Wait, Shudo-kun, why are you taking my gut feelings so seriously? Shudo gives him a dry look. Since when haven't you been right about these things, Izuku? Izuku chuckles sheepishly at the unspoken accusation. Even all this time, after their first meeting, Shudo still doubted what Izuku said about not having hyper-intuition. Shudo-kun, there's no way someone like me can have more than one quirk, right? Funnily enough, even if Izuku is to count one for all once All Might passes it on to him, Izuku wouldn't be lying if he said that he didn't have two quirks. After all, Phoenix Flames, Dying Will Flames of the Sun, wasn't really a quirk. I don't know, you tell me. Shudo remains unconvinced for a moment, before his face softens, but really, if you really do feel uneasy, I suggest you mention it to All Might or Aizawa-sensei. You know that the both of them would take you seriously even if they don't cancel this field trip outright. But everyone else looks so excited, Izuku wants to say as he turns to look at their classmates. Kaken, of course, flips him the bird once he feels Izuku's gaze on him, but Kirishima gives him a friendly wave so it sort of evens out. Tenya on the other hand studies him all the way from where he is leading the rest of the class into the bus, but the strict boy only gives him a nod before returning back to his job. Even Shinsuke looks just a bit excited, and considering how the other boy often complained of insomnia, that said a lot. And beside him, Uraraka is of course as bright as the sun, sending him a large grin when she notices Izuku looking at her. I don't want to ruin this. Shudo pats him on the shoulder. Izuku, ultimately it's your choice. Personally, I'd trust those gut feelings of yours, but the question is, do you? And with that, it only takes a moment for Izuku to decide on what to do. After a bit of harmless teasing on the bus, some directed and some from Izuku, they finally arrive at their destination. With a little bit of nudging from All Might, Class 1A begins filing out of their vehicle. Eraserhead leaves the bus the last, the man obviously wishing he could be anywhere else than with them, and once more as Izuku marvels at the artificial city around him, he wonders as to how Yui managed to find its funds to make so many of these fake cities. Deku-kun, are you excited? Uraraka jumps in beside him, causing him to yelp. Oh, sorry about surprising you. But yeah, after how our previous class activity ended, don't you feel pumped up about this one? Recalling the fiasco said class activity had been, Izuku laughs nervously. Yeah, Uraraka-san. Excited? Izuku really could see how Uraraka saw it that way, really. But for Izuku, it had taken a lot of effort just to get Kaken talking to him again without yelling or growling after everything that had happened. Even Shudo had given Izuku the cold shoulder, pardon the pun. Now then, everyone form a semicircle around us, me and All Might. Eraserhead calls, unintentionally rescuing Izuku from further awkwardness. We have another teacher to help us with today, so you brats make a good impression. Or else, goes unsaid. Izuku never seen everyone line up so quickly before. Tenya-kun didn't even have to raise his voice. With all of the rushing and trying to keep himself afloat from the stampede that his classmates had become, Izuku doesn't realize who exactly is the teacher Eraserhead is referring to until it is too late and Izuku is standing before a painfully familiar figure. It wasn't the same kind of hat, his was a fedora and this is brown instead of black, and Izuku had never seen him with more than one gun like this person does, but for a moment the similarities hit him, and it hits him hard. Izuku only realizes that he is hyperventilating when All Might, Tashinori-san, is standing in front of him, hands on his face and keeping him standing even as his legs turned weak and incapable of supporting Izuku. In the same time, the newcomer's entire body language screams of shock, clear to see even with that gas mask and Izuku knows, knows that this person isn't reborn, but his heart is beating way too fast now and the grief is hitting him all over again, just as fresh as it had been that day. Midoriya-kun, me? Izuku snap out of it. Toshinori-san's voice brings him back to reality, and that is when Izuku finally sees that his friends are surrounding him and Toshinori-san both. Shudo's eyes are wide, Kaken looks angry, Tenya is busy trying to get the others to give him space, but all of them are equally surprised and worried about this sudden turn of events, and honestly Izuku couldn't blame them. He too had never thought that he could react this way just from seeing Snipe. Izuku! Toshinori-san has dropped the professional facade of All Might entirely, acting like the person Izuku knew him to be for all that his appearance still remained to be the symbol of peace. Deep breaths, my boy. Slow down, relax. You're getting better now, slowly, slowly. Every word from Toshinori is like waves of pure relief, seeping through Izuku's being, and soon his breathing returns to normal. I'm okay, All Might. Izuku says, both to convince his mentor and himself. I'm okay now, I promise. His friends are giving him more space now, finally heeding Tenya now that Izuku is beginning to look better, but the concern refuses to leave their faces. As for Toshinori-san, the man is now holding him close, rubbing a few circles on his back before pulling away. My boy, Toshinori, All Might, sounds a little haunted as he speaks. What has brought this about? Izuku only shakes his head at that question, his mouth closed as he tries to stop his lips from trembling. It is at times like this that Izuku wishes that he could somehow tell people about Reborn, both in a way that wouldn't have them think that he was crazy while also keeping the pain and grief of losing one of the most important people in his life at bay. The first part wasn't even the real problem, really. Izuku knew that Toshinori-san and his mom would take him seriously, hearing him out and letting him say everything he needed to before making any conclusions on his sanity, but every time Izuku had tried to tell them, the feeling of loss would suddenly well up in his throat and keep his mouth shut. In time he knew he would be better. Because while time didn't heal all wounds, it made it easier to deal with the pain, and once Izuku was capable of doing exactly just that, he knew he could tell others about Reborn's story. Right now though? Judging from how badly he reacted at a physical reminder of how Reborn had looked like, he wasn't ready for it. Not at all, especially not in such a public place such as this. Izuku, if you need to sit this out, you could. Clearly you aren't in the right state for class dash. Suddenly, an outburst leaves Izuku's lips. No. Reborn would have his head if Izuku skipped a lesson as important as this, especially since Izuku was like this because of Reborn. Reborn didn't stand for letting the past hold Izuku back after all. You're skipping a class because you miss me? Be real, Death. Izuku could almost imagine Reborn say to him, and somehow the words give him strength, for all that he knows that it is all in his head. No student of mine should ever be that pathetic. Stand up from there and join your class. A hero never shows any weakness. Taking a deep breath, Izuku repeats again, this time, much calmer, to All Might's shocked face. No. Like I said, All Might, I'm alright. I won't let this won't stop me from participating with today's activities. His mentor for a moment looks like he wants to argue, but in the end the man just nods, a look that promised that they'll be talking about this again later on his face before All Might concedes. Very well, Midoriya-kun. You'll continue participating with today's class. But if this happens again, I would send you to Recovery Girl, whether you want it or not. It won't happen again. Izuku won't let it. If you say so. All Might pulls away from him, letting the rest of Class 1A finally crowd around Izuku. As Izuku is surrounded by his friends, he manages to see All Might approach the other two teachers amidst the barrage of comforting words and affectionate gestures that his classmates give him. He couldn't tell me what caused it. He wants to stay with the rest of his classmates. Are you serious, All Might? Midoriya obviously needs some kind of psychiatric help, no matter the trigger if he reacts this badly. Aizawa, you know I want nothing more than to get him that help. But right now? If we are to force him to sit this class out when he is so vehement about it, then even if we get him to Chio there is no way he would cooperate. We'll have to do it in his terms. If he gets worse, it is all on your head, All Might. Eraserhead finally brings them back to their schedule when he yells, Alright, Now that little drama is done, it is time for us to get back to why we are here. Snipe. Right. The professional hero nods when the other teacher glances at his direction. As many of you might already know, I am Snipe, the gunslinger hero and one of Yui's many teachers. As my specialty lies in taking down and capturing villains, I've been called here to help all of you learn how to do villain apprehension. Yes. Snipe directs the question to Tenya, who has his hand raised. Snipe-sensei, if you are one of our teachers, then what kind of class do you normally teach? Good question. Snipe puts his hand over his hat, before quickly drawing out his 2 guns in one quick motion. My usual class is for 2nd years and 3rd years, long-range combat. It ain't quite common, but some of the quirks we help develop here in Yui just have better long-range applications, and it's teaching you how to master them that I do. Now then, I'll make this quite clear. Snipe spreads his arms out, showing off the 2 guns in his hands. What I have here, these ain't toys, they're weapons. And it's that mindset that I wish to impart to you all today, for all of the tools you have as well as your own quirks. We are heroes, and as such, we must be aware of what destruction we are capable of doing. For it is only in doing so that we can wield these weapons dash. All Might steps forward, throwing a dummy in front of Snipe. So we can use them to protect the people and the peace in this society we live in. Snipe shoots once, making Class 1A jump at the loud bang, and as the dummy falls slowly to the ground, Snipe turns back to them. Am I understood? Tenya gulps as he sees the dummy that was obviously designed to symbolize a villain. His awe increases when he sees the hole placed directly at the right shin. If it was a real person who got shot like that, they would have been crippled, yet in the same time out of any mortal danger due to the injury not being placed near any major blood vessels. Yes, understood, Snipe-sensei, he yells, prompting a similar chorus from the rest of his classmates. As for Izuku, after watching all of that, he closes his eyes to fully internalize what he has just seen. Not just the speech, though it was a good speech and a good lesson besides, but also all of the differences that Snipe had shown compared to how Reborn would have done it in the same kind of situation. Reborn wouldn't have toyed with his hat like that, because Reborn only touched his hat when he was either smug or really serious. And when Reborn did it, it would then only magnify whatever the man was feeling, not feel like it had been an extra movement or a speech tick like Snipe's had been. The gunshot as well, Reborn had been very dramatic, prone to making a performance on a lot of things, but when it came to teaching lessons, Izuku was used to Reborn striking at the heart of the matter immediately instead of dancing around it. It worked for Snipe, as it made Izuku and his classmates respect him more, but Reborn? Reborn was blunt, rude and callous. Snipe was honorable, more polite, and a hero. Izuku could respect both of that, but they are different people. When Izuku opens his eyes again, he knows that when he looks at Snipe he won't see the shadow of his previous mentor anymore. Then, first things first Eraserhead speaks. But it is in that moment that Izuku is suddenly hit once more by the same unease that had ailed him earlier that morning. Immediately, Izuku begins looking all around them, trying to find the source of the feeling, and then, things are too fast. A hole is just opening in the air when suddenly Snipe is already shooting at it, the man's reaction time absurdly quick as he already catches several figures coming out of the hole with potshots. Gasps of pain come from them as well as shock, but Snipe keeps on shooting. One of the voices from the hole yells, dark with rage and anger, "How dash!" Something grabs Izuku, and for a moment he struggles at the sudden motion before he realizes the one who is carrying him to be none other than All Might, his fellow classmates looking just as surprised as Izuku as they are stacked one by one on the number 1 hero's shoulders. All Might, you really need to get your protégés' bad feelings checked. Eraserhead is standing in front of the hole, his arms out and with his scarf already prepared for battle. At this point, it's almost ridiculous how accurate they have gotten. All Might laughs almost breathlessly at that. At any rate, I'm not complaining about it. Right? Izuku had told All Might about his gut feelings earlier before he had boarded the bus. But for them to have taken him so seriously, to the point where what signs pointed to be a would-be ambush had been thwarted just because of it? In retrospect, Izuku really should have seen it coming. There were signs of All Might and Eraserhead being cautious and amped up since they had arrived into the model city, and it was only now that he was seeing the results. The hole rapidly widens, and just like that, villains begin quickly spilling out of it. Some immediately collapse to the ground, groaning in pain at the gun wounds Snipe had made, while the rest look absolutely sad at the sudden turn of affairs. The sight is so distracting that Izuku only remembers his own condition when All Might has put him down, along with his classmates, quite some distance away from the entire encounter. Not so far that Izuku didn't have a clear view of the invaders, but far enough that they were mostly safe. "Stay here." All Might pats him on the shoulder before glancing at the rest of Class 1A. "I would have you children evacuate, if not for the fact that we don't know if the villains haven't invaded somewhere else. At least here, all of you'll be out of the crossfire, and if need to be, I would be close enough to protect you all." He then turns back. "Now, I have to go help my fellow teachers dash." "Wait, All Might, we can't just stand here." Izuku yells, stepping forward as he tugs his gloves tighter around his hands. Around one of his right hand's fingers, a ring with a beautiful yellow stone gleams over the white wings that decorates it. "We're going to be pro-heroes. We can also help." Katsuki yells, behind Izuku and looking a little incensed at everything that has happened so far. "Deku's right, All Might. Those are the ones that tried kidnapping me and Deku before, right? I want to blast them for all the trouble they've put me through." One by one, the rest of Izuku's friends begin adding their 2 cents. While some, like Kuda and Mineta, were wary of fighting actual villains, most of Izuku's classmates were more than ready to fight. However, All Might only shakes his head. "Not now, students. While it may be true that in the future, all of you would be entrusted with the duty of protecting the peace, that is still in the future, and today you are all still unprepared. Leave it to us, your teachers, to protect Yui for now, and have you all forgotten." All Might's back is the last that Izuku sees before the man jumps back to the melee, the forces in the leap powerful enough that it kicks off massive dust clouds in his wake. "There will be no problem, for I am here." This is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. How had the heroes known about their invasion? Their reaction time had been too fast for it to be anything else. The heroes were amped up and ready for battle, not at all as caught off guard as Shigaraki had planned for them to be. They had to have been warned, they had to have prepared for their invasion. But how that could have even happened, Shigaraki doesn't know, and that pisses him off. "Shigaraki, they had expected us coming." Kurojairi yells, even as the formless man warps away, several bullets incoming their way. "You think I haven't noticed, Kurojairi?" Shigaraki yells back, unable to keep the frustration from his words. "And as for the rest of you mooks, what do you think I have all of you here for? Those with ranged attacks, shoot back." "We're trying, Shigaraki, but..." One of the random villains Shigaraki took with him today shouts, only to be interrupted as he and the guns on his shoulders get wrapped up in that infuriating scarf. "This guy over here is somehow stopping our quirks. We can't use them." "Of course you can't, that's Eraserhead you're fighting." Shigaraki shoots back pointlessly, "Get past him and get at Snipe, he's the one pinning us down with bullets." "Well, you screaming at us isn't helping at all, arg." As the other villain is taken down, Shigaraki has to fight down the urge to scream in frustration. Shigaraki has to keep his calm, he knows. Sensei taught him that much. However, with how nothing seems to be going as planned today, right from the beginning, he is struggling to keep that calm, especially since he knows that All Might hasn't even joined in yet with the fighting. "Kurojairi." He turns back to the man Sensei had entrusted him with. "What are you doing?" "Split them up now, as we planned." Wasn't our target to split up the students and acquire Midoriya Izuku? But at this range, I won't be able to reach them dash. "It doesn't matter." Shigaraki has no time for this. "Just send Eraserhead away for now. Once he's gone, we can finally get at Snipe and start attacking back." Nodding once, Kurojairi's smoke expands to do as he is told, but just as Eraserhead is about to be engulfed by warp, a irritatingly familiar voice speaks from behind them. "Sorry, but I'm afraid I can't let you do that, villains." "Since when did he dash?" A chop nearly comes for Shigaraki's neck, a clear attempt to knock him out with one strike, but Sensei's Numu blocks it in time. So, with All Might this close to him and only Numu separating him from the symbol of peace, Shigaraki manages to taunt. "Hello, number 1. Welcome to your death match." And just like that, Numu punches back the symbol of peace, doing his job of keeping All Might busy. At least, this much is going as planned, Shigaraki consoles himself. Sensei's work with this particular Numu is anything but meticulous. With shock absorption and super regeneration, there is no way All Might would be getting past it anytime soon, if at all. Turning back to Kurogyri, he is about to repeat his previous order when he sees the man's torso wrapped with Eraserhead's capture tool. Kurogyri dash. "I apologize, Tamura." Kurogyri struggles beneath the foot that Eraserhead has on his torso. "While you were being distracted by All Might, he locked down my quirk and captured me." Eraserhead has only a droll reply to that. "I believe you have all quite telegraphed enough as to who is the source of the portals here. With this one down, there's no way any of you'll be escaping from here. And before you think of coming up against Eraserhead and freeing him, think again." Snipe walks up them, his guns locked on Shigaraki's torso. "Put them up, handsman. I've already defeated the rest of your allies around here. Now, once All Might is done with that monster of yours, it's all over for you." Despite everything, Shigaraki manages to chuckle at that. Truly, their trust in their symbol was idiotic, almost funny in how confident they were. "True, you have us at a disadvantage, but even All Might can't defeat Numa dash." Texas smash. Shigaraki's mouth falls when he sees the Numa fly off somewhere out of sight with just one punch from All Might. "I must really be getting weaker." The person of Shigaraki's grudge and frustration says almost lackadaisically, "In my prime, I would have managed to do that in just half of the time. Now, it's taken me 10 seconds to defeat something that is no brains and all muscle. Gran Torino would be smacking me now if he was here to see this." Eraserhead drawls, "Maybe that's because you're the same? That is to say, all muscle and no brains. What did I do now to deserve that from you, Aizawa?" Shigaraki manages to finally speak. But All Might, our information is that you're supposed to be weaker. This is cheating, this is unfair. I demand a redo. All Might, please knock him out as well, wouldn't you? I would do it myself, but I don't want to allow this guy here to escape." Eraserhead saying that and tightening his scarf around Kurogyri is the last thing that Shigaraki knows before All Might is suddenly in his face and everything goes black. "So, let me get this straight. Class 1A was having a class here when all these villains suddenly went through a portal and tried attacking everyone. To say that Tsukachi is shocked would be an understatement. True, the shock is also accompanied by a sense of relief considering how none of the students were injured. Hell, given that it had been an ambush, the fact that none of the teachers were hurt either was a miracle, but the mere fact that there were villains that had been gutsy enough to challenge Yui? It didn't bode well for the future, especially considering the rash of kidnapping attempts that Tsukachi himself had to handle not too long ago relating to a certain green-haired boy. Once Toshinori nods, Tsukachi continues, "And you're sure that their target wasn't just Midoriya-kun this time around?" "I don't doubt that it had been one of their sub-objectives, but considering that young man's words and the presence of that?" Toshinori tilts his head towards the large group of subdued villains surrounded by policemen, specifically the large Numu that he had fought earlier. "Their main target this time was me, and they had been expecting me to be weak and easily defeated. And I would have been, had it not for one fact. You were healed by Midoriya-kun." Tsukachi hisses quietly, making All Might nod again. "Good thing we haven't released that public statement about Midoriya-kun's healing abilities then. If they had been forewarned, then perhaps today might have ended differently, yes. And I am not blind to the implications of them knowing about my injury either. The signs were all there. The repeated villain attacks, the amount of coordination today's attempt showed, and the mere fact that someone had known about All Might's almost career-ending injury was pointing to the presence of a certain villain active once more behind the scenes. All for one." Tsukachi closes his eyes as he says out loud what the both of them are thinking. Tsukachi hadn't been there, too low a rank to have been informed when the man had been active, but over the course of the years and his friendship with All Might, he now knew just what kind of threat was out there now. All Might, Are you really sure that he's back? Yes. F dash dot. Tsukachi, in a completely uncharacteristic moment, cusses. And why wouldn't he? Maybe almost a year ago he wouldn't have reacted like this, but that was before he had gotten to know a certain boy. And who else other than Midoriya Izuku would be the #1 target of the man who stole the quirks of others? I feel entirely the same, Toshinori says, and the both of them just stand there for a moment, sharing a few seconds of pure frustration at the coming future. But on lighter matters, at least today's nothing but a complete victory for us heroes. Tsukachi can't help but smile at that. True. As if the world had waited for Tsukachi to say exactly that, suddenly a pool of pure black smoke spilled from the center of the group of villains that they had captured. With a yell from one of the officers, Eraserhead immediately jumped into the fray, catching and pinning down Kurogyri with his quirk, but at that point it had been too late. Both Shigaraki and the Numu had managed to escape. Sheet! Toshinori swears loudly as the both of them run towards the center of the incident, where Aizawa was standing on the mummified form of Kurogyri as another police officer tried to apologize to him. Sorry, I thought he was still sedated dash. It doesn't matter now. Eraserhead roars at Tsukachi's co-worker, a rather skittish rookie that Tsukachi thinks would need some comforting after this, before tightening his capture tool around Kurogyri. The entire time, his eyes gleamed as he kept his quirk active to suppress Kurogyri's. Why did you sacrifice yourself just to let them escape? You could have been the one to leave, but you focused on allowing them to escape first, that Shigaraki especially. From what I've seen, he's just an immature brat, so for you to put him before. What are you all planning? Formless as Kurogyri might be, Tsukachi would never mistake how the man is focusing on all might in that moment. Numu remaining in his hands and out of your reach was merely a plus. But Shigaraki? He is important to his plans, especially in regards to defeating you all might. Kurogyri says, calm and composed for all that he was in enemy hands. Today might be a loss for us, but as he might say, it only takes a few defeats before we finally win and destroy you all. Who is this he? Eraserhead presses, rather literally with how his feet continued to press on the back of Kurogyri's torso. Answer me. Silence, and soon it becomes clear to everyone that Kurogyri is done speaking, at least for now. Eraserhead looks frustrated at that, and considering how Kurogyri had piqued the man's curiosity, no wonder, but to both All Might and Tsukachi that is nothing more than a confirmation of their thoughts earlier. Only that this time, it's worse because somehow All for One was involving someone who so far had an unknown quirk and a clear grudge against All Might. DMN it. Eraserhead sighs, unraveling his capture tool around Kurogyri before idly kicking Tsukachi's co-worker, his eyes remaining on Kurogyri. Hey, what are you waiting for? Sedate him now, before my eyes get tired. Yes, of course, Eraserhead. As everything goes back to the way it was, for all that they now had 2 less villains that they had not even a minute ago, Tsukachi takes the moment to turn back to his old friend who had gone pale at Kurogyri's warning. Tsukachi can't help himself. Well, that was ominous. And I guess today's not going to be a complete victory after all, so do you want me to say something to tempt fate again? Maybe this time, Eraserhead wouldn't be the one to beat you to the punch. That seems to snap Toshinori out of his funk enough to get him to attempt to smack Tsukachi, so Tsukachi takes that as a little victory of his own for the day. As for Midoriya Izuku, it's starting. Like that letter said, something's happening and it's clear that Toshinori-san refuses to let me help him. But I can help. I've also sworn to keep Toshinori-san safe, and if I'm not aware of what to protect him from, how would I know what to do? No, I need to know, and I need to know it now. A small box of pure yellow, completely uninteresting save for an opening down on one of its sides, a circular hole that just waited for flames to be offered. It had appeared not too long ago, on his bed together with the ring that is now around his fingers and a white letter that had been addressed to him and him alone. The letter itself would have not caught Izuku's attention, had it not for the fact that it had sealed with flames that refused to die out on their own. When Izuku had read the contents of the letter, Izuku knew that nobody would ever believe him if he told them of what he now knew, at least not before he told them of just who Reborn was and where his flames had come from, but right now. Izuku was glad that he hadn't told anyone about this yet. I need your help again. Otherwise, they might be trying to stop him now. By Akuran-san. The sun mare ring lights up in sun flames before Izuku inserts it into the box weapon, causing light to fill Izuku's surroundings. Chapter Burst. Tenya is positively vibrating in his seat. And he means that literally, with how his quirk reacts very well with any kind of excitement, a fact that he knows has saved his older brother's life many times over with how engine could kick off in a moment, he is physically humming in energy even as their teacher introduces the new student. So he's shifting to our school in the meantime. Everyone, take care of him. With how amped up Tenya is getting, some of his classmates are already edging away slightly just in case Tenya might end up bursting from his seat. Ida. The teacher calls out his name, and Tenya basically jumps to attention. Yes, sir? You're the class president, so I'm leaving the job of introducing Midoriya-kun here to Somei Junior High to you. Tenya barely keeps himself from showing any overt expressions of joy at that. If anything, this was basically what Tenya wanted, a chance to meet the one and only Midoriya Izuku. I can already see your enthusiasm, but could you curb it down a little? You'll spook Midoriya-kun with all of your excitement. Tenya slows a bit at that, but then the object of their conversation only rubs the back of his head. No, I wouldn't mind really. And not that I think I'm that special, just that I think I'm better than getting scared by someone else's excitement. All Might knows how much I tend to mumble to myself all the time. As if to prove his own words right, Midoriya devolves into a bout of mumbling, prompting interest from everyone else in the classroom. This was certainly not who they were expecting from all of the news feeds. Their teacher just smiles oddly at their new transfer student for a moment before he then decides, all right, I guess that is enough introduction for the meantime. Midoriya-kun. Midoriya snaps out of his trance. Right, yes, sensei? You'll be seated right there, in front of where Ida is seated. Now, I know I've already mentioned this to you, but don't expect any allowances from us here, all right? Just because of who you are won't change the fact that you are now my student, and so I expect nothing but the best from these coming 6 months. You've got that? Instead of being intimidated by their teacher's stern words, Midoriya only gleams with what is perhaps the acceptance of the challenge behind them. Of course, sensei, I expect nothing less. Everyone get to your seats then so we can finally get this class started. There is some shuffling, and once everyone, including Midoriya, is in their places, their teacher then begins with, all right, everyone please take out your English books to page 35, we'll be discussing infinitives today. It takes all of Tenya's willpower to keep his attention on the lesson instead of repeatedly glancing at Midoriya's way. It is made all that harder by the fact that Midoriya is directly in front of him, but at least Tenya is doing better than most of his classmates, whose gazes are drawn like magnets to metal to the newest member of the class. Still, as Tenya considers all of these odd English grammar rules, Tenya lets himself wonder about Midoriya's response earlier. When their teacher had treated Midoriya like any other student earlier, Midoriya had almost looked relieved. Like Midoriya had been expecting, no, dreading special treatment to come his way once he arrived. And if that was how Midoriya was going to react at being treated special? Tenya's vibrations slowed down to a stop without him noticing. Maybe the teacher was right in telling Tenya to curb his enthusiasm. Tenya is excited to get to know the Midoriya Izuku in the flesh. Yes, but that doesn't mean he would be driving Midoriya to discomfort just because. After all, to do so would be to bring shame to the Ida name, and Tensei wouldn't ever let it go if he heard Tenya had run off Midoriya Izuku of all people. Alright, so earlier Tenya had decided to not treat Midoriya too special, at least to the best of his ability. However, maybe that determination is all in vain because everyone, as in everyone, has been giving Midoriya odd looks ever since Tenya started walking him around the school. Apparently, their English teacher was the exception, not the norm, because Tenya has even seen a few of the school staff loitering in the hallways just to get a glimpse of their newest celebrity. So, this is the clinic. Midoriya-kun, whenever you are feeling unwell in class, I expect you to tell either me or the teacher about it so you could be accompanied towards this place. Do you understand? As Midoriya peeks a bit into the clinic, apparently taking in all of Somei's medical facilities, Tenya takes advantage of his distraction to shoo away some of their onlookers. Good God, it was as though they've never seen a new person in their whole life. Tenya misses the whole irony of how these unappreciative thoughts are compared to his own excitement earlier. Understood. Midoriya smiles at Tenya's words, and unconsciously, Tenya ends up mirroring the expression on his face. I've been wondering about where the clinic was too, considering my own quirk. Midoriya trails off at that, and while it piques Tenya's curiosity, quirk? Why would the clinic be relevant to Midoriya's fire quirk? Could it be that it had some rather constrictive medical requirements like some quirks Tenya knew? When Midoriya's intent to not explain any further becomes clear, Tenya decides that he could live not knowing. Alright then, if we're done here we'll move on to. As Tenya continues to list off the rest of the important places in Some, he feels Midoriya smiling from behind him the entire time. But in his reverie of playing the good guide and act of keeping Midoriya away from public scrutiny as much as possible, he never quite manages to focus on the sensation. When Tenya is just about to finish his tour of Some though, he is surprised by who he meets. Tensei? His older brother lackadaisically waves a hand towards their direction. Hey, little brother. Nice to see you here. Why are you here? Don't you have a patrol to be on? Tenya shoots back, before he remembers that a certain someone is watching them both. Fighting down the urge to blush, Tenya reaffixes his glasses in an attempt to hide his face. And not that I don't mind seeing you here, Tensei. In fact, I'm happy to see you, older brother. Still, as to why you're here. Let's just say I have a different assignment this time around. Tensei smiles at Tenya before directing that same smile towards Midoriya. To Tenya's surprise, his newest classmate smiles back, in what is visibly recognition. Good to see you again, Midoriya-kun. Has my brother been treating you well? He's been nothing but great since we've met. I'm so glad that I met Tenya-kun. Midoriya praises, and this time Tenya fails to keep down the infernal blush from reaching his cheeks. Midoriya then tilts his head, a troubled expression on his face. That's so you're the one assigned to me this time, Ingeniumson? I hope it doesn't bother you though. Who are you kidding? A chance to see such a bright kid as you again while also managing to keep an eye on my little brother. I've been the target of envy among the other pro heroes, let me tell you. Wait. Tenya valiantly fights to get the attention on himself. First, to Tensei. Tensei, you know Midoriya? Tensei's smile dims as he grows serious. Yeah, and it's a good thing that I know you would pick this place last, Tenya, because we do need the privacy this place gives. This place being Some Academy's pride and joy, the Quirk Training Field. The Quirk Training Field. A private place filled with all a person might need to train themselves. Midoriya says beside Tenya, and in that moment, Tenya considers that perhaps Midoriya knew more about Some than he initially reckoned, because the other teenager speaks and speaks. If there is one thing that Some Junior High is different compared to most other schools, it is its capability to teach its students how to use their quirks. The facilities are nothing compared to real hero schools, and the prices involved are what makes the tuition so expensive, but Some Academy with its security and ability to allow me to covertly train my quirk is what made All Might choose this as the school I would be in before I enter Yui. Yui? Training? All Might? Just what was happening here. Tensei places a hand on his shoulder. As my little brother, I'll let you in into a little secret of ours. Before the afternoon is over, Tenya's head is swimming with information. So, apparently, Midoriya Izuku was an individual targeted by villains and a person who needed a near-constant watch just so he wouldn't get kidnapped. In retrospect, Tenya should have realized that by himself. Even without knowing everything that he knew now about Midoriya's quirk, as ridiculous as said Phoenix Flames turned out to be, just the fact of how Midoriya's name reached international awareness should have made that quite clear. So, Tensei, you knew that my tour would end here? Or that I'll even be the one to deliver to Midoriya his tour around the school. You're the class president of your classroom, plus Midoriya-kun practically fought to be your classmate once he found out about you from me, little brother. There really was no question that you'll be the one giving him his tour. This has Tenya turning open-mouthed at a suddenly tomato-red Midoriya. And as for ending your tour in this particular destination, it wasn't just me who figured that out. Catching the implications, Tenya's eyes go wide at Midoriya. You. From what Ingenium-san told me, you're the kind of person to try and treat me normally once you've figured out my situation, and once I've met you in person, I knew you've proven. Him right. Midoriya is scratching at one cheek, his face still a little red. Since that was the case, I knew you'd probably end the tour in some place with the most privacy, and what place was more private in this school than the quirk training field? If Midoriya was aware of Tenya's efforts, you were aware of how I was keeping away other people's attention off of you, weren't you? It is not a question, and with the way Midoriya is turning away from him, Tenya feels the need to fight down the blush from reaching his cheeks again. Watching the two of them, Tensei only grins. Now then, since we're here, why don't we use the facilities right here? I've already booked this entire place for the two of you. Tenya has never been so relieved at the idea of more training before. Skip forward a few months. Tenya has lived being Midoriya, no, Izuku's classmate at this point, and to call it an experience would be an understatement. There are some negatives, especially in regards with taking care of the shorter boy. Tenya has never had a more reckless person in his life, and that was something considering Tensei was his brother, but most of it is a joy to experience and something Tenya wants to continue experiencing even in Yui. Even most of Somei has gotten used to Izuku's presence, something that Tenya is simply glad for. It took a while, but after a month nearly all of their classmates finally managed to see past the fame and started treating Izuku just like any other classmate, though that in itself was a bit of an impossibility. Because really, in the end, Izuku wasn't normal, no matter how humble the other teenager could get. Izuku was inspiring. With his manners, charisma, and determination to become a hero, it was all too easy to admire the other teenager, and Tenya likes to think that most of Somei at this point felt that same respect. It wasn't as though anybody could grudge the boy's academic standing either. Izuku was practically the perfect student. Alright, he had his flaws, like his habit to mumble or to go off tangent on hero-related subjects, but Izuku always worked with others, did his requirements, and scored high on the exams. Combine that with the teenager's natural talent in regards with most other things, really was there any wonder that Izuku had a little fan club, something that was even outstandingly rare in such a strict place as Somei? Where's Midoriya? One of their classmates asks one day, and Tenya lifts his head from several sheets he had been reviewing. He let me borrow his notebook so I could copy his notes, but I can't find him so I could return them. Any idea where he is? Doesn't our press usually know where Midoriya-kun is? Another one asks, and the hairs on the back of Tenya's head rise up as everyone turns to him. Press. Tenya glances hesitantly at his worksheets. He had been nearly done too. Are you sure that you can't just leave it on his desk? Not if you want to leave him without his notes when the exam is just a few hours away. Izuku never crammed or procrastinated on his work, such was the other boys' work ethic and everyone in the classroom knew it, but they also knew that their classmate would appreciate the chance to review one last time before the exam. Also, it would be just like Izuku to let someone else have his notes anyway even if he hadn't managed to review. Alright, I'll get these to him. Shuffling his own papers back in order, Tenya takes a moment to return his worksheets into his bag before he stands up to take Izuku's notes from his concerned classmate. I'll be off now, but don't come back to you guys making a mess. The teacher gave us this study PRD for a reason. Tenya leaves to a chorus of yes, some even going as far as sarcastically saying yes mom, and with only a moment's thought, he heads to the training grounds. There were only two things that Izuku tended to do in his free time after all, and Tenya explicitly knew that Izuku tended to do his hero fanboying late at night and online. Within 10 minutes, he arrives at the grounds, and what he sees gives him a shock. A bruised and bleeding Midoriya Izuku. Izuku-kun. The notes forgotten, Tenya runs to his friend's side, checking up on Izuku's physical condition as soon as he comes within physical range. What happened? Did you get attacked? How did Tensei not notice this? Did an invader get past the security? Are you alright? Of course not. You are bleeding and I believe an arm should bend that way dash. See, calm down, Tenya-kun. Izuku tries to put his hands on Tenya's shoulders to calm him down, only to wince at what was clearly a broken arm. Tenya only gasps in horror as he watches said arms suddenly begin knitting together in what was obviously an exhaustive process of Izuku's phoenix flames at work. See? I can heal myself, and it's fine, I wasn't attacked, it was just a training accident dash. A training accident? Tenya yells in outrage, before immediately scolding his friend. Midoriya Izuku, I know you can heal yourself, but that doesn't mean you can just injure yourself like this because you were training. Have you even forgotten that your flames can't cure exhaustion, especially your own? And what if you knocked yourself unconscious with what you were doing? Who would heal you then, especially with nobody watching over you? Izuku-kun, you really dash. Apparently, seeing that Tenya was now more angry than worried, Izuku idly comments, Tenya-kun, you sound like mom. Undeterred, Tenya concludes, good, because Inko-san needs all the help she can get with how reckless you are. Good grief, Izuku-kun, please take care of yourself more. Don't you know how much you worry us all? At this point, I'll be getting gray hairs before I even become a pro hero. Tenya's friend pouts at that, looking scolded. Satisfied with the result of his lecture, Tenya then continues to ask, now then, Izuku, what were you trying to do that got yourself so injured? Izuku mumbles something beneath his breath, but it is too soft for Tenya to hear. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Izuku mumbles again, a little louder this time and looking a bit red. That was reeing to fly. Tenya can't quite believe his ears. I'm sorry, did you just say you were trying to fly? Yes. Deep breaths, Tenya, deep breaths. You can handle this. This is not the first time you've had to handle your friend's recklessness, especially combined with his sheer creativity, and just how the hell did Izuku even arrive to the conclusion that he needed to learn how to fly? Why? Izuku looks a lot better now, apparently having finally healed himself fully, but the other teenager still manages to keep that injured little animal look. And despite Tenya's best efforts to resist it, he softens against his will at his friend's appearance. Tenya-kun, you of all people should know how mobility is key to becoming a successful hero. And while yes, I can probably simulate at a lower level the same kind of super leaps All Might is capable of doing with my flames reinforcing my legs, it still doesn't quite compare to the sheer control true flight provides. Tenya could really see his friend's point really, but how did you get so injured then? Izuku goes bright red. As it turns out, while move is easily achievable, controlled and directed move is another matter entirely. I'm already thinking up of ways to fix it, but it either needs more flames than I could use without it being overly energy intensive, or reflexes that I plainly don't have. Tenya imagines Izuku suddenly blasting off the ground only to hit the ceiling and, yeah, that would certainly explain all the injuries, especially with how stubborn Tenya knew Izuku could get. His friend probably repeatedly made a few failed attempts before he even considered taking a break. Izuku then whispers, maybe that's where the whole intuition thing kicks in, but it is too soft for Tenya to hear again. What was that? Nothing. Izuku says hurriedly, before changing the subject. Anyway, why are you here, Tenya-kun? Are you planning on training your engine too? Tenya sighs breezily before picking back up the notebook he was carrying so he could smack his friend in the face with it. Midoriya Izuku. We have an exam in a few hours, have you forgotten? Within a moment, Izuku goes pale. Wait, you're right? You've reviewed your notes already? Yes, of course, but another review wouldn't be remiss. Good, because you can do it by yourself now, as I won't be helping you. Good luck reviewing on your own with your exhaustion. But, Tenya-kun dash. Consider this to be negative reinforcement. As Tenya drags his friend out of the quirk grounds, he considers how Izuku is still so insistent on becoming stronger and more skilled for all that he could already do with his quirk. Izuku could already selectively burn targets, heal people, or even freeze objects in unmeltable ice, but still Izuku wanted to become better? Tenya's lips thin. That certainly meant that Tenya had to work so he could keep up with his friend. There was no way he was willing to be left behind. Maybe Tensei would be willing to teach him a technique or two. Class president, there's a commotion just outside the classroom. Immediately, Tenya turns away from his notebooks to look at the seat in front of him. At this point, it had become an enforced habit to check on Izuku first whenever something came up, because Izuku usually was the center of these messes anyway, and when it turns out to be empty, Tenya isn't even surprised anymore. Standing up, he rushes to the door, and as soon as he peeks his head out of it, he sees exactly what had everyone so amped up. What he sees makes him freeze. Midoriya, I've always admired you from afar, and I dash. Izuku has never looked so uncomfortable. At this point, Tenya knows that his friend has gotten used to the staring and fame, mostly out of necessity, but in the end he also knows Midoriya Izuku would always be at his core an awkward but endearing teenager with far more humility than most people would be in his position. Nothing could probably be worse to Izuku, Tenya knows, than having to handle someone with an actual crush. So as soon as Izuku catches sight of Tenya's face, Izuku starts sending helpless looks at his way. And Tenya wants to help, really he does, but in the end Tenya just hesitates. After all, what could Tenya do in this kind of situation? He never had the experience of being confessed to by someone himself, and just inserting himself into this could only make things worse. For one, it could end up wrecking the images of everyone involved, and their underclassmen would surely be shamed in front of all these people if Tenya just barged into her confession. Plus, with this little slip of a girl continuing to struggle with what was clearly becoming a confession of love, was it right to spit on the courage it clearly took her to get this far? So, in the end, Tenya can only watch quietly and leave Izuku to handle this. Please, Midoriya, will you go out with me on a date? She finishes, bowing her head and holding out 2 movie tickets. For a moment all is silent. It is clear that everyone is holding their breath to see how Midoriya Izuku would react, and as shameful as it makes Tenya feel, he is one of them. Tenya wants to see how his friend would handle this, considering all he knew about Izuku. A few seconds of more silence and still no response. This goes on for longer, until the girl looks close to breaking into tears, but then finally Izuku begins to move. Placing his hands around their underclassmen's pre-offered tickets, Izuku smiles sadly before speaking. Wakamatsu-sen, I'm sorry but I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer. Her breath hitches, and that's when Tenya finally finds his moment to intervene, especially once Izuku nods at his direction with an unspoken signal. Everyone, what are you doing here? You're all loitering outside our classroom. Everyone return to your respective classes immediately if you have no business to do here. As to be expected, there is some outrage to that announcement from Tenya, but Tenya doesn't give anyone ground before he is already pushing everyone else away and giving Izuku and his admirer the privacy they needed. Izuku shoots him a grateful look before returning his attention to the girl who was breaking down in front of him, and the last thing that Tenya sees before he leaves is his friend talking to Wakamatsu in quiet tones. When Izuku finally enters the classroom, 15 minutes later and looking absolutely tired, Tenya is there, waiting for his friend and ready to give him companionship. I couldn't accept her offer, Izuku somberly explains to Tenya later. Not only did I barely know her, if I get into a relationship with someone they'll just get targeted. As much as I knew it would hurt Wakamatsu-san, I couldn't put her in that kind of danger. Why do you seem to be in so much pain then? Tenya wants to ask, but looking at that expression on his friend's face keeps him quiet. So instead, he keeps himself focused on the jogging they are doing, once more within the privacy of the Quirk training grounds. And really, did he have to ask? From what he had heard of Izuku's past, both from outside sources and the boy's mouth himself, for Izuku the idea of somebody liking him romantically would have been something out of a dream. Even if Izuku had no actual interest in a romance, the mere fact that he had no choice but to reject the offer must hurt. Still, when Izuku manages a smile after their jog, Tenya thinks that he's done something right, just providing his friend with companionship and a listening ear. That while he might never have the right words to say, just by being there he could help Izuku. We'll become pro-heroes, Izuku promises before the day ends. Even more weeks pass. So, tomorrow's the exam, right? Tenya immediately knows which exam Izuku is talking about. After all, what else had Tenya been preparing for the past month, and what other school could ever catch their interest than Yui? I will most certainly pass, Izuku-kun. Tenya says this with utmost certainty, and Izuku chuckles good-naturedly. That, I have no doubt you would, Tenya-kun. Izuku grins at Tenya sunnily, and Tenya can't help but smile back. I know that I should consider myself lucky to be able to get in with just a recommendation, But really I almost envy you in that you could actually take the UE entrance exam. That, Tenya is surprised to hear. Really, Izuku-kun? Yeah. I mean, it was always my dream to enter UE, and of course that included me managing to pass the exam. I had no idea what the exam entails, still don't, but that didn't stop me from fantasizing it from time to time. Izuku's smile wavers, and immediately Tenya knows what passes in his friend's mind at that point. After all, what else could bring down his friend's mood? I've been wishing it even back then when I was still quirkless. What kind of examinations did you imagine? And by that, yes, I mean the practical. Tenya asks, both to change the subject and because he is honestly curious what Izuku thought could be in the exams. That immediately causes his friend to brighten. Ah, about that, there was this running theory online. Tenya listens carefully as Izuku continues to detail theory after theory, from the most realistic to even the outlandish that actually gets some chuckles out of Tenya. After all, while the idea of having to spar with some of the heroes that worked as staff in UE made scary sense, the theory of exam applicants being trapped in metal cages and dropped into the ocean as a test just from the rumors of UE ordering a lot of steel prior to their exams was just ridiculous. But really, nothing was more ridiculous than the theory about giant robots. Their conversation goes on just like that, passing on theory after theory, Tenya even adding some of his own, and before Tenya knows it, the day is over. In less than 24 hours, Tenya was going to have the most important exam in his entire life. I'll be at the Todoroki's again, Izuku says before Tenya has to leave. Since Shudo-kun wouldn't be participating too, All Might thought that it would be a good idea to leave me there for tomorrow while he observes the exam. We'd be training for the entire day. I'll tell you how it went, Tenya promises. In the end, as it turns out, it is giant robots. As soon as Tenya manages to stop laughing at the sheer irony of that fact, he is besieged with glares by rest of those listening to present mixed explanation of the exam, and no one glares better than a certain explosive blonde. Said blonde manages to catch Tenya's eye for the rest of the exam, first in abhorrence at the sheer lack of respect the blonde showed for everyone, but when the 0 point came and a purple-haired boy needed to be rescued after he saved a girl from the 0 point's path. Tenya's abhorrence turns into respect once the blonde drives his way between the other boy and the 0 pointer, blasting the 0 pointer off its mechanical feet with one supremely massive explosion. Of course, the respect is lowered a bit when Tenya has to step in himself just to rescue everyone else from all the resultant shrapnel, but that gives Tenya the chance to use his reciproburst for the first time, so there's that at least. When the exam is over, Tenya immediately makes 2 video calls. The first, to Tensei so he could tell his family everything, and the second to Izuku to fulfill his promise. Tensei, of course, reacts with excitement to Tenya's news, saying that Tenya most certainly got in with how he behaved during the exam, but as for Izuku? Izuku looks a little battered through the video call, with his hair even covered with a bit of soot. Upon seeing his friend's state, Tenya immediately forgets about the exam entirely to express his worry, but Izuku only waves away Tenya's concern. It's fine Tenya-kun. I'm fine, I promise. What happened to make you look like that? Tenya presses. Are you training yourself too hard again? Shouldn't Endeavor be watching over you? It's nothing like that really. This wasn't from the training, just... Izuku pauses at this, visibly grasping for the right words. I think I just changed someone's future today. No, not just one, but the lives of 2 good people in a bad life. Tenya can feel the honesty and satisfaction in his friend's words, so he lets it drop when Izuku doesn't seem to want to explain any further. If that's what you really think, then I'm sure you have. You do have that quality in you, to help other people grow. Never mind that, Izuku blushes at the compliment for a second before forging on, about the exam. Just what happened? Shudo-kun seems to have an idea how the exam works, but he refuses to tell me about it. Please, tell me everything, Tenya-kun. And just like that, Tenya shares the events of his exam to Izuku. Izuku expresses surprise to some parts of Tenya's story. The mention of the blonde in particular has his eyes go wide for some reason, but in the end Tenya enjoys the entirety of the call, even when Tensei arrives to pick him up and he has to say goodbye to his friend. It is only later on that night, just before Tenya goes to sleep, that he realizes that Izuku's left ring finger had a new ring around it during the video call. All Might himself delivers the letter to Tenya. "Little brother, do you even need to open it? We could just leave it closed, considering we know just what's in it." Tensei says, and Tenya has to smile when Izuku expresses outrage beside him. Tenya really should feel disturbed, really, that Izuku is trying to live vicariously through him for the experience of the Yui entrance exam, but somehow the entire thing only makes him feel warm inside. "Settle down, Izuku-kun." Tenya laughs at his friend before holding out his letter. "Ignore what my brother says. There is no way I want to miss the experience of opening this myself, and I'm sure you feel the same thing as well. Now then, to open it." Tenya rips the letter open and... No wonder All Might was trying to leave the vicinity before he was stopped by Tensei. Because even though a holographic All Might is currently telling Tenya that he passed, and not only that he passed as the second highest scorer of their entire batch, none of them pays any attention to it, not when a very real All Might is beet red and trying to seem unaffected before them all. All Might. That coming from Izuku seems to be enough to break All Might's facade. Immediately, the number 1 curls up into a small ball, the absurdly large man clearly trying to hide himself. How ostentatious, it's so embarrassing. That's true, everyone nods as they glance at the hologram. With the bright colors and the entire stage behind All Might, it made for a rather embarrassing sight. It might have been different, yeah, if the real All Might hadn't been here when Tenya opened it, but as it was, everyone couldn't help but just compare the holographic All Might with the real one and find it funny. In fact, Tensei, stop laughing, you're acting disrespectful to All Might. Tenya's brother merely ignores his scolding, tears forming in his eyes in his hilarity. But the colors. The stage. Am I looking at the right camera? That question from the holographic All Might just sets Tensei even further into his laughter, while the real All Might somehow gets redder. Izuku too has a big smile on his face as he laughs, and really in the face of that, Tenya manages to laugh as well, deep and continuing long after the hologram has finished delivering its message. Even All Might himself manages to get in a few chuckles near the end. "So, you've got that, young man?" All Might finally speaks again, once they've all finished laughing at his holographic self. "Will you be joining us in Yui?" Tenya glances at Izuku. Izuku nods. "We'll become pro-heroes." "Of course, All Might." Tenya thumps his fist over his chest. "I'll be glad to make Yui my hero academia."